I think I've been here for a long time. Also, me and Sprocket are doing bingo races.
No cock. No frame one cock. Sorry to say. It's top hat time. Guys. So, the number's smaller. That'll be because... Oh. Guys, if you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, this is a D20. Oh my god, Zatu, thanks for 34 months. That's insane. Also, Ego. What the hell, you guys? If you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, this is D20. D20, this number corresponds to a random reward. About to find out if Shugo Live just won a big or wasted 20,000 points. It's been a while since we've had a big winner. In fact, we've been having really bad stuff lately. What does this one do? I forget what this one does. Who are you? I need to update this because this isn't even a redeem anymore. So let's get a free reroll. Oh. You get a third free reroll because it feels almost somehow worse for your free reroll to be a nat 1. Oh boy. Man, you got so many chances, and yet here we are with a 20,000 point Mantine redeem. So yeah, I found Vulpix last night after stream. So that's one target down. I've already evolved it into a Ninetales because the Acute Charm didn't work. It ended up being male, so hopefully the next one we find is female. But yeah, so far so good. One phase, one target. That's a pretty good pace. I also started hunting for Skrelp today, off stream, and I'm counting up by 7 each time because that's how many Pokemon I see each run. And there are 2 Skrelps that have a 5% chance of being alpha and one that has a 10% chance. And I'm already at 5,005 encounters. So that hunt's pretty quick. I don't know when I'll stream it. I want to prioritize streaming this because it's been a while since I found an Alola target on stream. But we'll see. How many encounters? It was, I put it in behind the scenes last night. 5,266. So, Delmise was over odds, Vulpix was over odds. I think... And also I'm over odds for Skrelp right now. I'm just going to say it. I wouldn't be mad about an under odds phase right now. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be ridiculous if we had an under odds phase today. So let's see what happens. The Ninetales was named Andromeda, after the Andromeda Galaxy from Thrones of Time, which is also a real galaxy in real life, but it's specifically a Thrones reference. 4094. No! I like shiny hunting here, you guys. Also, like, shiny Vulpix is, it's, like, noticeable, but in a way that isn't, you know? Like, if you know what you're looking for, it is, but it can really sneak up on you. I think Ninetales of shiny is a lot better. But yeah, so, the thing is... Yeah, you know, I do like snow, but I think that's coming from a place of somebody who hasn't had to live in a place where it snows. Around wintertime, it snows in the mountains nearby, and so, like, I can go to it if I want to, but I imagine people that live in and around snow don't like it, because they have to deal with it. They can't just, like, leave it. But... yeah, no, I like the snow. In fact, I'm waiting for it to snow, oh, that's awesome, maybe straight. I'm waiting for it to snow up in the mountains so that I can go up there and SOS for Drampa. I would love to find Drampa up in the mountains. Yeah, snow is great, but it sucks. Okay, what I've noticed from my experience with snow is that it is awesome right when it snows. And then, like, once it stops snowing, even a few hours later, it's the worst thing ever. Like, fresh snow is magic. Snow that's been out there for a few hours and collecting dirt and being pushed out of the side of the road is some of the most, like, disgusting thing that you can encounter in nature. It also, like, gets hardened into, like, ice instead of being fluffy snow. And so it's just slippery and hard and dirty. A target. Yeah, I found Vulpix and evolved it into Ninetales. So now we only need a Vulpix, a Sandshrew, and a Sandslash. Now the thing is, let's say I find Sandshrew next, and then after that I find Vulpix. The first Sandshrew I find will become Sandslash. And so if I find that next, Sandslash is gone. And then if I find a second Vulpix, I'm moving on to Drampa, and I will pick up the extra Sandshrew as a repeat later. Although it is fully possible that the next thing I find is another Vulpix, in which case it still comes down to, like, continuing the hunt until I get a single Sandshrew, and then ending it there before moving on to Drampa. So I'm not going to be getting all 4 before moving on. I kind of want to, like, save some repeats that I need to get for, like, a pickup video where I think there's a potential IRL I'm going to soon that, like, I want something to have to hunt there, so it'd be nice to just have, like, a bunch of pickups all at once as we get closer to the end of the decks. So far, the only things I need to get, like, as far as repeats go, is, like, I need Bounce Sweet, I need another Graveler, and I think that's it right now. I have all the starters, I have all the Minior forms. Oh, 2 more Oricorio, but I actually want to do a video revisiting the Meadow for that, so just in ZA so far. So this video that I'm working on, the Mount Lanakila video, it will eventually culminate in Drampa. IRL Nova League Christmas Party? Probably not. It's really difficult to organize IRL Nova League hangouts just because AJ has, like, a real job. Like a real well-adjusted, normal human person job that keeps him very busy, and also he's like 9 hours away. And then Randy has a completely unpredictable schedule and is also pretty far away. Like, at least Ruby and I live together, but even then it's difficult to organize things because she's always working. I like Drampa, but he's so old. That's his whole deal, yeah. I do wish that it had a pre-evolution, though, because at some point I'm going to be hatching for a second Drampa. And it's going to feel weird to be hatching straight-up level 1 old men. Anyway, we got book lore. Guys? Who, what, where are we talking about? Yo, Vistor, King of Ilsos. Real big, loves to eat. Those wings are purely decorative. That little itty-bitty crown has been the crown of the Ilsean king for generations and generations and generations. It was Velant's crown before him, and it was the crown worn by the very first king of Ilsos. And the way that ascension to monarchy works in Ilsos is that, like, sometimes in times of peace, the ascension is, you know, hereditary. But more often than not, ascending to the throne implies defeating of the previous king, which is how Vistor got the crown, by killing the fuck out of Velant. Velant got his crown also via murder. There's only been, like, a handful of Ilsean kings that, like, just inherited the crown. Most of them murdered for it. Yeah, that's true. If you hatch Drampa, he's insta-old, but if you Mega Evolve him, he's young again. But he was never young, because he's a perma-old man. I would love a a pre-evolution to Drampa. That would be amazing. Welcome in, Average Atlas. Old, but not that old. Young, but not that bold. I'm gonna guess bold nature for the Drampa I find. I think there are a few Pokemon like that that are missing pre-evolutions in order to feel logical. Like, I think Kangaskhan should have a pre-evolution. Like, it's baffling to me that that baby hasn't been its own Pokemon yet. It just makes so much sense. Hatching a mother that already has a baby makes no sense. Is Drampa bald? No, he's got a lot of fur and hair on that head. I don't know what the baby would be called. Because there's Kangaskhan. Maybe probably some play on, like, it being based on, like, a Joey or something. So, I did a little bit more writing last night, and it was all in 5 Years Gone. And I need to be stopped. I'm having way too much fun. I'm having way too much fun. It's so weird. It's the weirdest thing I've ever written. It is so odd. I've been let loose. It's so fun. What did you do? There is a... I made fun of myself in it, practically. Because I'm having way too much fun, like, torturing the Paradox Master. And so now there's another, like, character who's, like, also having too much fun torturing the Paradox Master. It's really funny. Thanks for the shiny luck, very cool. Leave that amnesiac alone, bro. It's also, like, I haven't really got to that part fully yet where, like, the Paradox Master's hanging out with the Sentinel, but it's really funny to be writing the first Sentinel again. It is so fun. It's also fun to, like, remind myself sort of what that character doesn't know yet. And so, like, for example, there's a moment where, like, the first Sentinel is by himself, and then Celeste shows up out of nowhere. And you have to remember that, like, so Celeste is treating this as a very normal situation, but for this version of the Sentinel, he doesn't even know what the Extraverse is yet. He's not seen any of the Thrones of Time. And so if he's just chilling in a room by himself and then Celeste simply appears, he's so afraid. Also, a really funny thing to remember too is that the Sentinel doesn't know he has plasma powers yet, which is something I kind of forgot, because if you think about the progression of Thrones 1, he does the whole, like, time travel thing with, like, the astronaut and crashing in Cretaceous Earth and seeing the T-Rex and all that, before he disappears for 5 years. He then disappears for 5 years, and the first thing he does is meet Rogar and Iliospherium, and that's when he finds out that he has plasma powers, or I guess when he subconsciously remembers. And so by the time he starts 5 Years Gone, he doesn't know that yet, and I think that's really funny. Like, he's barely even the Sentinel yet. So it's really interesting to write this version of the character again. I'm having a lot of fun. I also have to remember, like, all of my old rules that I set for myself. Like, I don't know if this is something that you pick up on when you're reading, but it's something that, like, I consciously have to remember for, like, consistency's sake. But the celestial beings don't use contractions when they speak. Like, at all. which really gives them a very particular voice. But I don't know. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that you probably wouldn't notice unless directly pointed out, and now you're not going to be able to unnotice it. They never say won't, they only say will not. They never say can't, they only say cannot. I'll is always I will. It's actually funny because there is a moment that I definitely can't talk about too in depth because of spoilers. There is a moment at the very end of Thrones 3 that I use that writing rule that I set for myself to very subtly reveal something before the actual reveal of it. No, I can't say it in a vague way without like just outright spoiling it. Oh, you know what? I should probably change what my targets are in the background, but let me find this page first real quick. For those that have Thrones 3, see if you can notice it. It's in the chapter Thrones of Time. Where is it? Where is it? Page 705. In fact, there was a moment where like the way you notice is that the sentence has like 3 different contractions in it. And it sort of reveals the secret right before. I like it a lot. It's right in the middle of the page. Celeste struggled to lift his head, the beginning of that sentence. Alright, let me switch out these targets, because we're no longer looking for Ninetales and Sandshrew. We're looking for Vulpix and Sandslash. A very subtle difference that does in fact matter. How do those appear back there? There we go, yeah. Yeah, you notice it? It's like, it's just a very subtle thing that I did that indicates right before the reveal that's literally 1 sentence later that something is wrong. So like if someone did just happen to organically notice that subtle rule throughout the stories, that moment would have been the first indicator that something was up. When you read Thrones, you're probably going to borrow from the library. I would be very surprised if it was in the library. I still haven't found a way to get it into my local libraries. I was really close guess, Rhapsody. But yeah, I have to remember rules that I set for myself like that so that things feel consistent. But I'm actually surprised how much is coming back to me about the first Thrones book. Like, I definitely do need to go back and reread them just so that I can confirm 100% that I'm not contradicting myself. But I think, like, a lot of it is coming back to me fairly naturally, which is exciting. It's so intertwined with my thoughts that it's going to be a real weird feeling when I'm, like, complete and fully done. Mount Lanakila, my crab loves that place. Hell yeah. I think you just kind of ask. They have like a whole like organization system though. It's slightly more complicated than that. Or online somewhere. They're not really available anywhere online except for places that I've made them available. So like the audiobooks for Thrones 1 and 2 on my book channel. Or the audiobook of Void Jumpers 1 that I live streamed and uploaded the VOD of on my second channel. Oh, that's awesome, Rhapsody. I would love to find an Underodd shiny today. It's been so long since an Alola shiny on stream. What the freak? Oh, let's go. That's a sick find. It's a funny one, too, because aren't, like, the alpha eyes, like, glowing through the little thing that covers its face? I think it was probably easier to just donate copies of books to libraries before things got very digital. Because the thing is that, like, they need to catalog it in whatever system they've got going. And so, you know, they gotta... There's, like, the whole Dewey Decimal System type beat going on. They also need to, like, record inventory and stuff like that. And they need to, like, I think have some sort of link or means by which someone can locate where to buy a book. Libraries are a lot more complicated now. And so the process of getting a book into one is also more complicated. I think school libraries are easier to get stuff into. And I think there are a few schools that have Thrones in them. But also, if you've read Thrones, I don't know necessarily that that's the best idea, depending on what kind of school we're talking about. Joe Wizard, sure. Do not put Thrones of Time in an elementary school. Maybe a middle school. Thanks for the follow, very cool. Last night off stream, I found Vulpix, which I immediately evolved into Ninetales, so that's one target down. Why in the world would you put Thrones in a school? Well, my mom's a teacher, so... And she's friends with the librarian, so it's in her school. And it's in my school, because I wrote it. Oh, good luck with that, Cyanar. That sounds fun. Oh, that's cool. Every time someone finds a shiny in Pokemon Go, I feel compelled to open Pokemon Go and then check what's up. And I think that's probably why I never find shinies in Pokemon Go, is because the only time I play it is when I remember it exists. Thanks for the follow. What do I got around me? Jigglypuff? Nothing. Swablu? Nothing. And that's it? Awesome. Thanks for the raid, Zoppy. Welcome in. Boom. I almost put Zoppy had pants. As in, like, past tense. Where did the pants go? Welcome in. We are looking for Vulpix, Sandshrew, and Sandslash on Mount Lanakila. Well, okay, so I found Ninetales, which is why we're only looking for one Vulpix now. And Sandslash doesn't spawn here, obviously, but first Sandshrew I find, I will evolve into Sandslash. Assuming we find that before Vulpix, then I will find either a second Vulpix or second Sandshrew, whichever comes first, and then end it there and move on to Drampa. So I'm not looking for all four things here. I'll come back to pick up a repeat later. I heard about that Cyanar. It seems fun. I like how frequently it's both Vulpix and Sandshrew at the same time. It's like the games are speaking to each other. Even though my encounter rate for Sandshrew is way higher. Because of Magnet Pull. Art Moment? What do we got going on in Art Moment? Oh my goodness. Oh, that's amazing. Chicho Vulpix. She's right here right now. She's been really annoying today. When I was recording earlier, I think when Ruby is home, Chicha can't decide whether or not she wants to hang out with me or Ruby. And so before Ruby left for work, I was in here recording, testing encounters for Skrelp, and Chicha kept like leaving the room, which is fine, but then I have to close the door again because it's like slightly open. And then right after I would get out of my way to close the door, she'd come back in, and then I'd have to close the door again. And then she would decide that she didn't actually want to be in here and that she wanted to be out there, so she'd leave again. And I would constantly have to keep closing the door that Chicha opened, sometimes seconds apart. Yeah, ! Discord. We got the Nova League Discord. Also, we uploaded 2 videos this weekend. I was actually going to hold on to that ZA video for a bit for next weekend, but I figured I'd upload it now just because it's done anyway. I'm hoping I can get I don't have another video ready to go yet, so hoping I can get something quick so we don't have to wait too long before the next one. Yeah, I'm kind of like, one of the things I'm thinking about ZA is that, like, I don't know how much time I want to put into it before it feels complete to me, because, like, something about knowing that there's a DLC on the way makes me want to wait to, like, full focus on that game until I know for sure what everything is that I can do. Yoink. New video seems to be doing well, which is nice. Doing better than the Delmise video did, which on the one hand makes sense, but on the other hand is slightly upsetting. People need to know about Delmise. Delmise would be such a sick inclusion in Mega Dimension. I think I'd cry. Yeah, it's weird though, because like I do have that fear of maybe getting burnt out on ZA, but the funny thing is that like my version of taking a break on ZA is going back to the thing that I've been doing for a year straight. So I don't know that I can get burnt out on it if I'm not getting burnt out on this. I think it's just that I like this better. Oh, we got book lore, guys. Who are we talking about? Yo! Hey, where's PK? So this is Kanchna. A clone of the main character of Thrones of Time. The Revstone on the tip of the scythe can create wormholes. His boots have buttons on them that allow for him to walk on different surfaces. They have anti-gravity properties, which, if you look really closely, you'll notice that the color of the buttons on his boots are suspiciously close to the other thing in the Nova Storm Chronicles that has anti-gravity properties, those being funky squares. Very interesting, isn't it? But anyway, yeah, no, he's cool. He's also a freak and I hate him. Also, technically speaking, the oldest character I've ever created that has made its way into something that I've published. Because the very first time that I ever wrote Kanchna into a story was when I was like 6 years old. He's changed a lot since then. But also, yeah, he is greasy. They like created him and they weren't like happy with how he was, so they kind of threw him into a trash planet, and then he like worked his way up from the slums of the trash planet to build his way back up to a position of power in the government. And once he was in that position, he did not degreasify. He kind of went harder into the insanity of making more clones of himself, on like hell-bent on a quest to make himself worthwhile. And to prove to the Andromedan government that they shouldn't have thrown him away. Grease sympathizers? That's hilarious. That's crazy, Snail. What have you made, shrimp? Ganistar Eternatus? They go kind of crazy. I like Conchita. He's a bit of a tragic character because, like, being a clone of the Sentinel, every time he confronts him, he's just like, listen, dude. Because, like, the Sentinel's like this ultra-heroic do-gooder, right? With, like, an innate desire to protect. And every time Conchita runs into him, he's just like, dude, how are you not evil? I have your mind, and it's driving me insane. How are you not like me? Like, Conchita always has this permanent comparison of what he could have been. I don't understand what your what your modus operandi is here, Gren Cobblemon. I don't think I understand. You need some comfort? Yeah. Well, the actual reason that he's like that and the Sentinel isn't is because, I can't say, but if you've read Thrones 3, you know what the deal is with the Sentinel. And you'll know that the Andromedans probably only cloned just a human. It's missing something. Missing that sort of extra thing that makes the Sentinel the Sentinel. Where did that go? There it is. Look at that. Little goober. Gooberina. Sparkling. That's so good. Standing on top of the number. Void Jumpers 1. Alright, let's read a random page of Void Jumpers 1. Gotta be very careful not to knock Vulpix over. Alright, what do we got? Random page, Void Jumpers 1. Hold on, the sentence starts on the page before. They avoided the plot holes of the Harvester's world and pushed ahead. Pell stared at the massive plot holes as they passed. They beckoned for them, swirling hypnotically, large enough to swallow up a whole fleet of ships if they weren't careful. The ships stopped in their tracks when they reached the cluster of Eldirian plot holes. Keenan turned the Machboat around and primed the laser guns, waiting for any threats. He whipped out a switchblade comb, spinning it in his hand before he combed his mustache. Mr. Johnson stared at him. What? It's got to be screen ready. Mr. Johnson squinted, confused. Cora radioed to Calathorn and Steven. Scan for particles. Scanning. Calathorn and Steven replied simultaneously as they began their scan. Machines like flashlights lit up at the front of their crafts. Arrays of glowing funky squares inside drew in invisible particles from the thick air of the storm, calculating their origin and chemical makeup. Pell leaned forward in their seat, tapping their leg. They watched with an unblinking stare, trying to see if they could detect particles with no equipment, to no avail. Sending coordinates for plot hole with residue, Calathorn radioed in. Random page of Void Jumpers 1. Oh my goodness! Did you guys coordinate this art moment? Did you guys coordinate this art moment back to back? We've got a Vulpix, and also near at the same exact time we've got the most goober Sandshrew I've ever seen. This is he eated so many food. He is all plump for the winter hibernation. He has stuffed his cheeks with acorns. He's a Squirtle now, I guess. Oh my god, he looks like the squishy squeaky sound effect. Let's put this right here and move this right here. Yeah. How wonderful. Now the number is slightly misaligned, but I don't care. Actually, I do care. Let's put you right there. And put you right here. Yeah. Oh my god. That's awesome. Oh, and I think there was a hat time as well, right? Pell they? Yeah. Oh
my goodness. Oh my lord. Who is that they, them?
Yeah, if ever anybody needs a reminder that Pell is in fact they, them, I will play that. Oh, we've got okay, hold on. We got hat time first. Give me a second. Too many things are happening. Okay. All right. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Guys, if you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, this is a D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward. About to find out if Hazel who just went out big or wasted 20,000 points. What does that do? Oh. Yet another 20,000 point nutsack redeem added to the books. That's been quite a few now. We love gambling here, don't we? Thanks for the follow. Very cool. Bruh, nut. Yeah. Nutsack! Guys, I'm so excited for Nutsack to be in Mega Dimension. I'm like unreasonably excited for the return of Nutsack. Can you believe it's been 3 years since the Nutsack incident? 3 years since this soundbite. In fact, 3 years tonight, right? I'm almost certain. Or tomorrow morning? When did Pokemon Scarlet and Violet come out? November 18th. So 3 years tomorrow. Because we had a midnight release. So it was the day before. As of tomorrow, that clip will be exactly 3 years old. Isn't that so fun? Isn't that so fun and not at all horrifying? And a reminder of the unrelenting march of forward time. Thanks for the shiny luck. Shiny Alpha Knackle Stack and a Beast Ball. I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, you know what today is, though? Today, we have to find a shiny today. I'm sorry, we have to find a shiny target today. Because today is the 8-year, Jesus Christ, the 8-year anniversary of Pokemon Ultra Sun and Pokemon Ultra Moon for the Nintendo 3DS family of systems. Isn't that fun? 8 years, you guys. What a time. What a fun and good time we're having here. Shout out Gen 7. Can I just say, thank you guys so much. I mean, like, when the Delmise video came out, the amount of comments of people just, like, so excited to be back in the Alola decks already, very motivating. I felt kind of nervous focusing on the Alola decks while a new game was still out, but people seem to really, really like the series. I am a little bit nervous, though, about what the channel's going to be like once it's done. You know? Because at some point it will end. That's true, Randy Galler decks. Mentally it did. And that's all that matters. I'm so glad that this hunt specifically timed out right to be happening in November/December. Do it again in the OG Sun and Moon. I do have a lot of plans of stuff to do in these cartridges once the Alola Dex is done. Because remember that, like, Wormhole Wednesday is still a thing. And while I found almost all of the regular Pokemon, I am saving most of the legendary hunts for after I'm done with the Alola Dex. Like, I have so many bonus shinies in the document that I'm saving for after the Alola portion is done. That way I have an excuse to keep playing in these cartridges with all of the shinies that I've found. So, It won't be like over, like you'll still be seeing the like shinies found in these save files. But like the actual like Alola portion of it will be done, and that playlist will be considered complete. Yeah, Drapion. I wish I didn't have class on Wednesdays. I've been kind of looking for an excuse to get back to it. Although, funny enough, I found Fennekin on a Wednesday, with like the Wormhole Wednesday background and stuff because of Mega Dimension. Also, Mega Dimension comes out on a Wednesday, which is fun. Baba Booey. Yeah, I'm hoping. Here's the dream scenario. I finish the Alola Dex, wipe my hands and lean back and gaze upon my work and be like, it's done. Time to move on from Alola. And then Game Freak would be like, hey, guess what? Legends Alola. And then I fall to my knees and start crying and hold out my hands, and an Eternal Floette falls from the sky, and I say, it's been 3,000 seconds. Because it's not actually been that long. Like, I literally just ended. Like, imagine how good it would be if, like, the Alola Dex finishes, and then immediately it's like, okay, we're running it back, actually. That would be a dream scenario. Probably end up going for Phantom at some point, like, on accident in ZA. It seems to be something that just kind of shows up every once in a while. Hopefully ZA is still... Well, I guess next Halloween, it'll probably be Gen 10, but... Hopefully Phantom makes its way back. It seems to be like a staple Pokemon at this point. TOS ain't old enough to be AZ. It has not been 3,000 years. I mean, next year is Pokemon's 30th anniversary. If they're not doing Gen 10, something's wrong. It's also, as we've just established with the Nutsack clip, been 3 years since Scarlet and Violet came out. Which is a fairly long gap between generations. So they've had a lot of time to work on Gen 10. Granted, obviously they've been working on ZA at the same time, but they have multiple teams. Oh, let's go. That's a crazy random alpha. If they're doing, if they do a 30th anniversary game, anything similar like what they did with the 20th anniversary game, it will have references to literally every generation. Like, if you think back on Sun and Moon, it's just insane. Like, considering it's the 20th anniversary games. Let me, off the top of my head, there is an entire town in the game that is in text told to you by NPCs based off of Johto. There are obviously a ton of Kanto references with all the Alolan forms and the Kanto Gym, which is more of an Ultra Sun and Moon thing than it is a Sun and Moon thing, but it's there regardless. Lots of Hoenn references. The Interdimensional Research Lab has a lot of references to specific Gen 4 Pokemon. Grimsley is there for some reason. Colress is there for some reason. Cynthia is there for some reason. Wally is there for some reason. Red and Blue, to state the obvious, are there. Dexio and Cinna are there. You got Mega Evolution. It is full of references from Gens 1 through 6. And so I will be very surprised if the 30th anniversary doesn't have a ton of references to Gens 1 through 9. With probably an emphasis on Gen 1, and probably based on how the 20th anniversary for Sun and Moon was, probably a lot of references to Gen 9. They like to they seemingly like to reference both the oldest and most recent generation the most. And that's not even counting Ultra Sun and Moon and the Rainbow Rocket episode. Although that technically has a distinct lack of Gen 2 representation, considering that Gen 2 was just Team Rocket again. But it would have been interesting to see, like, I guess it makes sense why Giovanni wouldn't bring back one of his Johto admin counterparts that was trying to bring him back. But besides that, obviously, you know, the Gen 3 versions of Maxie and Archie, Cyrus was there, Getsus was there, Lysander was there. So. Oh, let's go, Grand Cobblemon. That's gonna reference Gen 8 by having ugly trees. Crazy. I'm expecting cross-gen Evos. I think I've given up hope on there being a new Eevee. With the amount of times they've like really double, triple, quadruple down on merch displaying all of the Eevees, it seems that they've, to make an obvious pun, sort of tied a little ribbon on it with Sylveon and closed out the Eevee chapter. I think those are the Eevees. I would like to see a new Pokemon with an Eevee gimmick for the remaining types. That would be cool. Welcome in, welcome in. Gen 10 give us a way to shiny hunt legendaries? That would be nice. Regional Eevee? I would like to see something brand new. I forget which, it might have been Loxton. It was somebody that did like a speculative opposite Eevee that was like a lizard. I'd love to see it not be a mammal. What mons from each gen would you pick to evolve? Let's see. Gen 1 Pokemon. Generation 1 Pokemon. Let's see. Which one of you guys needs an evolution? Honestly, if we're talking like Gen 1 Pokemon that have not received any love, because I think most of the Gen 1 decks has gotten something special since their introduction. If we're going to narrow it down to just things that haven't received anything new at all, it would narrow it down to Fearow, Arbok, Nidoqueen, Nidoking. I'm going to exclude Wigglytuff from this simply because of Igglybuff and also Screamtail. Parasect, Venomoth, Golduck, which I'm very surprised hasn't received anything yet. I would love a Golduck evolution. Arcanine hasn't gotten anything, which is interesting. No, that's wrong. I'm wrong. Hisuian Arcanine. Never mind. Poliwrath did get something with a split from Poliwhirl and Politoed, but that was Gen 2. So maybe a third frog to split from Poliwhirl. Alakazam has a Mega, Machamp has a Gigantamax, Victreebel has a Mega, Tentacruel has a Convergent, Golem has a Regional, Rapidash has a Regional, Slowbro has a Regional, Magneton has an Evolution, Farfetch'd has a Regional, Dodrio has nothing, Dugong has nothing, Muk has a Regional, Cloyster has nothing, Gengar has a Gigantamax and a Mega, Onix has an Evolution, Hypno has nothing, Kingler has a Gigantamax, Electrode has a Regional, Executor's got a Regional, Marowak's got a Regional, Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee have a third member of their family introduced in Gen 2. Lickitung is an evolution. Weezing is a regional. Rhydon has an evolution. Chansey's got an evolution. Tangela's got an evolution. Kangaskhan's got a Mega. Seadra's got an evolution. Seaking, nothing. Starmie, Mega. Mr. Mime, a regional and evolution. Scyther, evolution. 2 of them. Jinx, a baby. Let's ignore Jinx, maybe. Electabuzz and Magmar, Evolution, Pinsir, Mega, Tauros, Regional, Magikarp. Well, I guess Gyarados is a Mega. Lapras, Gigantamax. Ditto, nothing, doesn't need anything. Eevee, let's not state the obvious. Porygon is Evolutions. Omastar and Kabutops have nothing. Aerodactyl's got a Mega, Snorlax is a baby, and a Gigantamax. All the legendary birds have regionals, which is kind of funny. Dragonite's got a Mega, Mewtwo's got 2 Megas. Mew has nothing, except for, I guess, a Z move. But also, does Mew need anything? No. So, out of that entire list, I think they should evolve Fearow. That's my vote. I think they should evolve Fearow. He feels like an awkward middle stage. They can make him cooler. I believe in them. Arbok, I think, could benefit from a regional. I think. It just seems to be a different type, honestly. Alright, let's see. Yeah, most of Gen 1 has something, which is kind of crazy. Let's check out Gen 2. Mechanium's got a Mega, Typhlosion's got a regional, Feraligator's got a Mega, Furret has nothing. Kind of surprising, actually. Furret regional, like an Ice type, that could be cool. Noctowl's got nothing, which is also very surprising. I'd love to see a regional or a full-on evolution. Ladian needs an evolution, and that evolution needs a Mega. Ariados got nothing, which is crazy. Crobat is already a thing that, like, that's a Gen 1 Pokemon that got a new evolution. Lantern's got nothing. All of the babies are excluded from this. They're all just things that exist for previous things. Togetic has a evolution. Xatu could benefit from, like, a Mega or a regional or a regular evolution. Something. Anything to Xatu. Ampharos has a Mega. Azumarill. It's probably fine how it is, right? It getting the fairy type kind of feels like the thing that it got. Sudowoodo, that doesn't need anything. He's just like his own thing. Unless it got like a convergent. A tree pretending to be a rock, perhaps. Jumpluff is already perfect. Apom got an evolution. Sunflora needs massive help. Yama's got an evolution. We know him far too well. Wooper's got a regional with an alternate evolution to Quagsire. Murkrow's got an evolution. Slowking's got a regional. Mischievous has both an evolution and also a paradox form. Unknown doesn't need anything. Wobbuffet doesn't have anything. Probably doesn't need anything. Girafarig is an evolution. Would love a baby form. Fortress doesn't have anything. Dunsparce has an evolution. Gligar's got an evolution. Steelix is an improved Gen 1 Pokemon. Gramble's got nothing. I would like to see Granbull get something. Overcool's got a regional that evolves. Shuckle, as funny as it would be to give it something, I think it's pretty good as its own thing. Maybe a regional. Heracross is a Mega. Sneasel's got an evolution. Ursaring's got an evolution. Magcargo. Regional or an evolution could be cool. Piloswine's got an evolution. Corsolo's got a regional that evolves. Octillery's got nothing. Delibird's got a paradox. Mantine's got a baby. Skarmory's got a Mega. Houndoom's got a Mega. Kingdra is a buffed Gen 1 Pokemon. Donphan's got a paradox. Porygon 2's got an evolution. Stantler's got an evolution. Smeargle has nothing. Does it need anything? No. Tyrogue's a baby. Mucho baby. Miltank. It's got nothing. The legendary beasts. Paradoxes. Tyranitar's got a Mega. Lugia and Ho-Oh have nothing. Ignoring Shadow Lugia. And Celebi's got nothing. Smeargle needs jail time? I'm trying to think about, like, what Pokemon could benefit from a cross-gen Evo. Mightyena evolution would be cool, although I don't know how they would differentiate it from something like Obstagoon, because I feel like it being a null or something like that would just make sense, but that would make it too similar to Obstagoon, so I don't know what they would do otherwise. Gifttree, Swellow. The only thing Pelipper needs is to be removed from existence. I'm sorry. Breloom could get something cool. Regional Breloom would be sick. Just like a different kind of mushroom. Yeah, so Viper and Zangoose getting something together would be nice. Delcatty desperately needs something, anything. Plus Minun don't need anything. Swalot. Wailord. Grumpig I feel like needs something. They've been putting him in games recently and like what's he doing exactly? 3D did him dirty, I think. Mega Dimension will count for Wormhole Wednesday, yeah. I would love a Cacturn evolution. Cacturn's just sort of been outclassed. I would love to see them like really take the Scarecrow Cactus a little bit further. Make him look a little freakier, just a little bit stronger. I would love that so much, actually. That might be my biggest hope. A Cacturn and Tropius evolution, I think, is what I want to see the most. Yeah, of Gen 3, that's probably the thing. Gen 4, I don't think has a lot that I would... Like, maybe a regional Staraptor or something. Gen 5... Mega Galvantula. Ooh, Mega Sigilith. Make it look so weird. Give Maractus an Evo? I don't know, it's pretty perfect design as is. I would like something temporary for it, like a Mega, or just a different take on it, like a regional or something. Biblically accurate Mega Sigilith would go crazy. Yeah, Mega Dimension drops on a Wednesday. It's like they were trying to tell us something. Oh my god, yes, Evolve Carnivine. When there's actually like a video on the Nova League where we made like we thought about starting like a whole fan region, and we made a video about our starters, and we had a lot of plans for what the rest of the region would have, and I never drew it, but I had an idea for a Carnivine evolution that has not left my mind. I called it Celestivine, and it's based off of like you know how like Venus flytrap and Venus is a planet? So like I took the idea of a Venus flytrap in space. It turns like a grass psychic. The idea was also based off the idea of like, what if I just added Psychic Fangs to its move pool? And so I just pictured like a grass psychic constellation based literal Venus flytrap. Because he's already floating as well. I don't know, just implementing like stars and like if it's catching like a certain Firefly Pokemon that is also star based or something like that is I think the vision that we had for it. Which I think would be really cool. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot you could do with that concept for a Carnivine evolution. I try to avoid leaks as best I can. Just because, like, there are two different approaches that I take to it. One is my own personal fun. I used to look at leaks for previous Pokemon games, and every single time I noticed that if I ever saw a Pokemon via a leak, I would think it looks bad and stupid, and then I would see it in game and be like, oh wait, this is good actually. Because something I find important is the context by which you are revealed something. A standstill PNG on the internet does not do the justice of encountering something in a story moment. But the other reason is for you guys, because imagine how boring my reaction to Mega Drampa would have been if I already knew it existed. You get fewer videos out of me knowing things going in. Although I will say, I don't like want to hate on anybody that does look at leaks. Our very own Advisai does look at leaks, and had he not looked at leaks and told Randy and I very particular small tidbits, this wouldn't have happened.
Oh my god!
Because remember, AJ looked at the leaks for Scarlet and Violet, and he told me and Randy that there was a new Pokemon that had a name that looked like Nutsack. And so the entire time we were playing through Scarlet and Violet, in the back of our minds we're like, where is the Nutsack Pokemon? And then we ran into Knacklestack, and our neurons activated at the exact same time. So it's fun to get it like filtered like that, but only by a trustworthy source that you know won't spoil things for you. Is that such a meaningless thing to tell somebody before a game comes out? Yeah, there's a Pokemon that name sounds like Nutsack. Thanks, man. I don't know what the hell that means yet. I have no idea what color Shiny Janustar Eternatus is because it doesn't exist and you're the one making it, so that's up to you. Yeah, the thing that I hate the most about leaks is people looking at it assuming that everybody is. And then, like, talking to other people as if they already know. Which has happened to me far too many times. I do like having a friend that looks at leaks, though, because there are some things that I want to know before going into a game. Like, for Scarlet and Violet, I was asking AJ, like, hey, what old Pokemon are coming back in the decks? Because I like to plan things like buddy runs far in advance. So that sort of stuff I like to know. And I like to ask him for it instead of looking it up, because sometimes what will happen is that, like, if you looked up what returning Pokemon are going to be in the decks for, like, let's say, the Teal Mask DLC, then it would have shown you Blood Moon Ursaluna. Because that's technically a returning Pokemon, despite it being a new form. So, like, in an instance where, like, I ask AJ, he knows to not tell me that thing, you know? He knows what sort of information to leave out. I haven't, just because, to me, with ZA, it's a bit of a different situation where I feel like knowing what Pokemon are returning kind of gives some sort of indication as to what could possibly get new Megas, and I don't like to have that sort of stuff narrowed down. I did accidentally see a list, and the only thing that I noticed on it was Garganacl, and the most recent trailer that we saw showed that to us. So I'm glad to know that the one thing that I saw isn't actually a spoiler, because Pokemon themselves are letting us know that it's coming back. So that's nice. I found Vulpix last night, and then evolved it into Ninetales. So now I'm only looking for another Vulpix and a Sandshrew that I will evolve into Sandslash, depending on the order of what we find. Yeah, there are some YouTube thumbnails I saw that, like, there was definitely a way to do them without being blatant spoilers. Like, I like my Drampa video thumbnail, because you don't know what the hell that is unless, like, you're in the know, you know? I don't know why people feel the need to just put blatant... Oh my goodness. There are 2 Sandshrews in Art Moment, and one of them is a Keenan Sandshrew, which is amazing. Let's put the Keenan Sandshrew here. But also, where'd it go? There he is. We've got a Keenan Sandshrew. As well as the most rotund individual I have ever seen in my entire life. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look at him. Feast your eyes. He looks like the sound, oh. You know? He looks like the visual representation of the sound, oh. 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 He walks so slow. This is a domesticated, this is a domesticated Sandshrew. This is a Sandshrew with a loving family that gives him far too much food. And then we got instant book lore. Guys, where are we talking about? Oh my goodness, it's a Squallion. So Squallions, they're like a sort of ostrich-like body plan, really stubby little arms, very, very simple face, long trailing blue feather on the head, a little like built-in seat on their back, like a little backrest there, and their legs have like a rainbow gradient on it, and they have like lion paws almost, with like sort of bird-like legs. They are the royal steeds of the Nolo, and they squaw really loud. That's why they're called Squallions. They're squawing aliens. They squaw loud enough to cause instant headaches. I love these things. Shout out the Squallions. Very funny to think that the Paradox Master rode one of those. I can't get over that round-ass Sandshrew. What a freaking beast that thing is. I don't know. I just pictured, like... Picture this in your mind's eye, if you are the type of person that is able to visualize stuff in your head. I just, like, this Sandshrew gives me the vibes of, like, if Pokemon was real. If Pokemon were real, like in the real world, like our real world as it is, but Pokemon exist. Imagine you're like scrolling on TikTok and there's like a girl about to tell you like a story time what she did today. And out of nowhere, just kind of like mid-story picks up the Sandshrew and like holds it and doesn't address it for the rest of the video. That video would go viral because of people making fun of her weird ass pet. You know what I mean? I don't know why it's such a specific visual, but it feels like an animal that would get like 15 minutes of fame for like showing up in a completely unrelated video if Pokemon were real. Like people would be making fun of it and like screenshotting it, and like I don't know why, but that's just how I picture it. Like it feels so real. It would just like sit there and not do anything. It'd probably make one funny noise or something. That's what I imagine. The memeable Sandshrew. Yeah, it just looks around and blinks every once in a while. Why did that get denied? I can't stop looking at it. It's so funny looking. He's so full of Pokebeans. Oh, Paradox Master art. Shout out to Paradox Master. I've been having a lot of fun torturing his ass. Hey, do you wanna... hold on. I wanna scare people who are excited for 5 Years Gone. Guess what the title of chapter 2 is? You're gonna laugh. you're gonna hate me. Chapter 2 of 5 Years Gone is titled get ready. 500 Years Gone. Remember how I said that, like, the beginning of 5 Years Gone mirrors the beginning of Thrones 1 a bit? So look forward to that. So I'm excited. That ad timing is crazy. God, I wish I could read some of this out loud. God, this chapter is nuts. I'm so sorry in advance. I'm just like reading over to see if there's even like a piece of it that I can say out loud. Oh yeah, I could read this. I could read this with no context. Every hour, the Paradox Master would wake and struggle for breath, only to drown again. Oh, great heavens, the roundest boy, right? Look at how round that thing is. That is that's crazy, Snail. The Sentinel plopped down onto the couch and sighed. There wasn't even a TV in this lousy place. Celeste appeared. Holy shit! I don't know why, but just the sentence as its own paragraph, Celeste appeared, is really funny to me. That's a Pokemon? God, I wish I could read more of this out loud, but I just can't. Oh, this is a fun little paragraph. Morty was absent from his throne, off dealing with a death-related edge case far off in another time in reality. Something about an escaped fugitive soul on some version of Idrisil. Fugitive souls apparently made up most of his workload. I wonder what that could possibly be referencing. Okay, I gotta close that shit. No more looking at it. I think he would very much appreciate a blanket and a hot chocolate. These encounters are simultaneously relatively quick and also too slow for me to feel like I could possibly get a shiny today. I'm not going to get to a number that feels like it makes sense for a shiny to appear at in this stream. Although, I guess I've only been live for an hour. Anything could happen. Yeah. I can tell by the way that that's funny. Yeah, it's funny. The Paradox Master is like the Paradox Master is like essentially the main character of the Novastorm Chronicles, except for the fact that he's never really been the main character of any individual book. It's like when you look at like the wider story arc, he's sort of like the main presence throughout all of it. And it isn't until 5 Years Gone that I'm able to write him as the main character. And it's so fun because up until that point, there's been so much about him and surrounding him that hasn't been directly experienced through him, that now that we can get that direct perspective. It's also really interesting because like I feel like he's like the anti-main character when it comes to like the type of person that you would want to write about, because he is like an all-powerful immortal being, which is like the lowest possible stakes when it comes to, like, if you read a character where that's the main character, it's like, well, he can't die, and he's going to win every fight. And so that sounds on the surface like it'd be a very uninteresting thing to read. But, like, not being able to die, but kind of wanting to, being all-powerful in a fight, but being put into situations where fighting isn't the answer, being abrasive towards, other beings, and being overly sentimental to the past, all of those things are in direct contradiction to what he would be good at. And so it turns what on the surface is an uninteresting read into something that I'm having a lot of fun exploring. It also means that he can be put in the torture machine because he can't die. So I can really make his life suck. Yeah, not being able to die but kind of wanting to is, Well, the other thing, too, is that he's just like a human guy who gained immortality, and so his brain is not primed for immortality, and he can't store that much information, and so he has horrible memory issues. And because of how sentimental he is, and because of not wanting to lose his sense of self, he's constantly riddled with this anxiety of not wanting to lose his identity, and also always forgetting what exactly that identity actually is. Being so incredibly attached to specific objects to the extent that, like, if that object were to be missing, were to be taken, or to be destroyed in some way, that is tantamount to his identity being taken. He has to sort of anchor himself to the only things that he can, so that even if he does forget himself, he can have some sort of, like, fake sense of still remembering himself. And so you remove that fake sense, and all of a sudden, it's like your security blanket is gone, right? It's a very interesting thing to write. It's also interesting, too, because, like, he is just a guy, but also he's the Paradox Master, like, in charge of keeping the entire multiverse in check. He needs to get a better memory. Well, here's the thing, right? The way it's explained in Thrones 2 is that, like, you know, if you're 5 years old, 1 year is 1/5 of your life, right? But if you're 50 years old, 1 year is 1/50th of your life. And so if you're, I don't know, 5 million years old, how are you expected to remember 1/5 millionth of your life? You know? There's not enough room. There just isn't. And especially being the Paradox Master, he needs to remember some pretty important things to, like, keep the structure of reality intact, which means forgetting more personal things. It just sucks. Oh, also, like, when it comes to memory, you gotta imagine what, like, the bulk of his job actually is. Hold on. I do need to read this one piece, actually. The Paradox Master stared blankly ahead, and so did Time, and Celeste, and Vita. Hours passed. Morty returned to his thrones. More hours passed. Days, maybe. Was this all being the Paradox Master was? Sitting in a throne in endless darkness? How had the Thrones of Time not gone mad? They had ruled for billions of years, the Paradox Master for a week, a month, 12 years. Most of the job is just sitting in the dark. That sucks. Like, you think about, like, most scenes in Thrones of Time where, like, a character arrives in the Extraverse, and all of the members of the Thrones of Time are just sitting in their thrones. You know? So, like, you have to imagine, like, is that just what they're doing most of the time? The answer, apparently, is yes. Most of their job is just, like... And the Extraverse is pitch darkness. Just a pitch black, vast, endless expanse of nothing. Except for the 5 thrones. And the empty throne. And they all just kind of sit there and wait for a problem that needs fixing. And, you know, they rule over the multiverse, and so they don't usually have to wait that long. But sometimes it's a problem that, like, the Life Master needs to fix. Sometimes it's a problem the Death Master needs to fix. Sometimes it's a problem for the Time Master. Sometimes it's a problem for the Plasma Master. Most of the time it's a problem for the Paradox Master. So he is doing stuff most of the time, but a lot of his time is just spent kind of like sitting there. Let the Paradox Master walk in a garden or something? Hey, what do you think 5 years gone is? He's got to occupy his time somehow. You know he gets up to some karaoke. You know, every once in a while he goes out partying. It's not all bad. Get a CRTV and a GameCube. 5 thrones at Freddy's. That's crazy. Mario Kart tournaments in the Extraverse. At some point, though, he does kind of just... Instead of going out and doing things, he does force himself to sit there and do nothing. Because at the very least, if he sits there and does nothing for a couple years, he hasn't formed any new memories. Which gives him a little bit more room to hang on to what he does have. He also does a lot of thinking. Figuring out how to solve some bigger problems that can't just be solved by one visit. Smartest Pokemon? Isn't it technically Slowbro? Isn't Slowbro, like, canonically so smart that, like, he can't even process how smart that he is, which is why he appears stupid? Oh my goodness. Oh, art moment. Oh, this is amazing. The Uber and the Goober. Little itty bitty. It looks like the big round one is studying the little Vulpix now. Is that Sandshrew stupid? Why doesn't he eat the little Sandshrew? I love these shinies. They're so good. It'd be so cool to find Sandshrew today, under odds. That'd be a dream. Ooh, let's go. Good luck on those starters. That's a fun hunt. We got book lore. Guys, who, what, where are we talking about? Oh! Hi, Citron. We don't talk about you a lot, Citron. Why don't we talk about you a lot? You're really cool. So, she used to be a siren. So, like, picture a mermaid, but, like, the humanoid top half is also a fish. So, just like a humanoid-ish fish, right? And she upgraded herself and bit by bit removed all of her organic pieces to become a cyborg, where the only piece of organic part of her original body that remains is her brain. So that little like gooey lava lamp type beat in the glass head is her brain. She's really cool. She's technically one of the founding members of the Void Jumpers. She was a multiverse explorer before the Void Jumpers. Her world was ravaged by harvesters, and so she's incredibly familiar with harvesters, which are sort of just going around to other universes and like stealing artifacts and stuff. And so she helps the Void Jumpers navigate harvester space and upgrade their gear to withstand harvesters and to also defeat them. She's holding a harvester skull there, which she eventually uses as a mask because of its very protective properties, considering that her head is literally just glass. But no, she's really cool. Well, probably one of like the most fun that I've had writing a character. I think like the least fun that I've had writing a character is probably Pell, because of how much work it was to get that character into a place where I felt that they were working for the plot. And once I did, it was like very satisfying, and Pell became one of my favorite characters. But it was like a lot of difficult work. But Citron as a character to write was just really fun and came very easily to me. And if you've read Void Jumpers, you'll probably understand what about writing her character was fun to me. Oh, congrats on the Ampharos. That's awesome. Yeah, if you do something paradoxical, you can meet the Paradox Master and bake him cookies. Although you kind of have to have the cookies already done, so that you can immediately present them to him before he just kills you, depending on what level of paradox you've done. Yeah, I like Citron. She's cool. You don't deserve my upgrades. Detective Pikachu? I wish they did more like that. Upgrades, people, upgrades! Me talking to the world's worst Porygon. Oh, that's great. Out Pizza the Hut to meet the Paradox Master, yeah. Doesn't necessarily have to be a paradox. Like, one of the things that is like a surefire bet to get the Paradox Master showing up is to break through the boundaries of your universe into the Nova Storm over and over and over again. Because if you do that enough, you weaken the gap between the universe and the multiverse, and threaten its decay. So that's like the easiest thing to do, which is very hard to do. So there's nothing that like a normal person could actually really do to get him to show up. You kind of gotta be in a sci-fi world. Sort of like mental paradoxes aren't enough. Like the ship of Theseus, he does not give a... that doesn't mean anything. Causal loops, he widely ignores, unless a causal loop is broken. If you break a causal loop, that's like the biggest possible paradox you can do. Case in point, the broken universe, which is just one giant causal loop that was broken. Oh, that's awesome, Pycrest. Big stretch and fart moment. Oh my goodness. Chicha does this every morning. Where'd it go? Look at this. Big ol' stretch. Fits perfectly right here. This is awesome. Oh my god. It's been so cloudy and rainy lately. Oh my god, so yesterday when I ended stream and I left, so it was like pouring rain last night, and our like sort of porch area got like completely flooded. And I thought that was bad. But as I leave to go feed my parents' cats, I turn and I look to our immediate next door neighbor, and all of our next door neighbors are on a slight decline, like the slightest slight, like the water at our porch was up to the threshold of our door, and our neighbors were like an inch or half an inch lower than us, and everybody next door, their apartment flooded, like the water got inside, and Ruby and I were the only ones in our row of apartments that didn't, because we're like 1 inch elevated. It was the most horrifying and also relieving simultaneously thing. Like, on the one hand, I'm like, oh my god, I am so sorry that this happened to you. But also, thank fuck, it did not happen to us. Oh my god. We gotta get, I know the plants got utterly destroyed. All the soil got moved around like crazy. We gotta get, like, sandbags or something to block the door next time rain comes around, because, like, there is absolutely no drainage in that porch area. The way it's kind of walled off makes it essentially a bathtub, basically. Like, we're screwed if it rains any more than that. But yeah, crazy situation. Calcarus is basically indestructible except by other Calcarus. That's its whole deal. A practically indestructible material. I partner Pokemon in real life. My favorite Pokemon of all time is Girafarig. But if I were to have a Pokemon in real life, considering the size of the apartment, I think I would feel bad having a Girafarig. Like, if we're just assuming everything is the same as it is right now, but Pokemon exist, I think I'd have, like, a Minior, a Rowlet, or, like, a Lokix. I think I'd like a Lokix, like a silly Lokix, like a Lokix that is a little bit of a prankster, a little bit of a goofball. A Lokix that sits on the couch and watches TV. A Lokix that, like, if I went to get coffee, would sneak behind the counter and steal some muffins. Partners in crime, as it were. Yeah, Rowlet would be nice, though. Or a Minior. We also do have, like, a life-size Knackle stack in our living room right now, and, like, I'm glad it isn't real, because there's not enough room for that thing. I'd feel bad. A Knackley, though. He would be heavy, though. I imagine, like, Chicha comes up and I pick her up and put her on my lap during a stream. Like, I don't know that I'd be able to do that with a Knackley. And doing it with a Lokix would feel just kind of weird, because that's like a little man. Like, maybe he could stand right here and you see the top of his head and his little antenna sticking out. Like, just the orange triangles of his eyes in the corner of the camera with his antenna. And he's just kind of watching the whole time. I like the idea that, like, Pokemon are real, but I'm still a shiny hunting streamer. That's kind of funny to think about. Like, Pokemon are real, but I'm still here playing Pokemon. I guess it's still consistent though, because there are NPCs in Pokemon games that are also playing Pokemon games. Oh, he's shiny hunting with me, yeah. People play The Sims, that's true. Nintendogs, that's true. How would shinies work in real life? I imagine the same as like albino animals. I'm sure shiny hunting wouldn't exist in real life. Oh my god, is that CAG loss in memes? That's crazy. Yeah, I guess, but like shiny hunting wouldn't work the same in the sense that like you wouldn't be generating new, like you'd be out looking for real animals. And so however many shinies existed in the world would just amount to however many animals there were that happened to be shiny. Book art? Yeah, you know what's crazy? This is exactly what it would be like to get stared down by a Squalene. Their faces are so simple. I fired this creature to stare at you. Masuda method is now illegal. Yowie and art moment will be real in 5 seconds. This is exciting. Soon, Yowie will be real, you guys. Where's the Keenan Sandshrew? I'm not happy with its position on the screen right now. Where is he? Where is he? Here he is, okay. Transform, flip horizontal. There we go. That's more like it. You cast Fireball on the next shiny? No! Most of these encounters are weak to fire! Stop! What if Sandslash Boy and a Ninetales Boy were in Yowies? Oh my god. This is like so in depth. Is this isn't digital. This is like this exists? Like this is a real thing that exists now? Hold on, where'd it go? Oh my god, PNG bomb. This is crazy. This goes nutso mode. The way the shinies are interpreted as clothes goes hard. Let's see. I don't want to make it too small, but I also want it to be able to fit. I think the round Sandslash tail shouldn't block that too much. Okay, yeah. That works. Actually, can I get away with it being a little bit bigger? Yeah. Hooray. That's awesome. I hope I get a shiny Sand Slash today. That'd be so cool. I don't have it in me to Yowie at such speeds. Soon, maybe. Hi Sandshrew and Vulpix, how's it going? How's the new video doing? Pretty okay. That's nice. Yoink, hold on. I am liking comments. Oh, perfect. I gotta wait for this to run out so they can realign them. Also, what is this comment on the Marshadow video? Timestamp comments always scare me because I don't know what I'm in for. God damn it! Yeah, no, I should have expected it. That's just how counting works. I don't control the number line. Every single time I bring up Generation 6 and Generation 7 in order, someone comments about it. But do you know how often I gotta talk about those two generations of Pokemon games while doing introductions to Alola Pokemon? Are you kidding me? This sucks. On the Marshadow video too, tainting its legacy. Maybe Straight commented on the newest video. No way, the last Nova League Legends ZA video we will ever see. Back to Alola forever now. I literally say in the video that I'm gonna be doing Mega Dimension Shiny Team. Come on, Maybe Straight. I'm not gonna do it, Cove. Diplomatic immortality, you already know this. Ice Yowie? If you had any balls, I'd be banned. I'm sticking to my I'm sticking to my principles here. You've got diplomatic immortality. I don't know what you're talking about, Gren Cobblemon. Why are you obsessed with sharding? I don't understand. I think I missed a few pages of context. Last shiny was 5,266. Oh my god, every single bone in my spine just exploded. They're shardigrades with a D.
Mr. Beast!
Man, you guys are having horrible luck. What's going on? What's going on here? Very interesting. A distinct lack of a certain hat. What if I found a shiny today? I think that'd be pretty cool. I think it would be pretty sweet if I found a shiny today, don't you think? Last time I found a shiny Sandshrew, a Alolan Sandshrew, was 3 years ago. 4 years ago. 4 years ago. And I found it at 17,000 encounters. No, that's a lie. The first phase was 17,000 encounters for like a snow run, and then I found it second phase. So how about maybe we don't do that again? Just a thought. The first phase, Sneasel, was under odds, and the first target, Vulpix, was over odds. I'm gonna get an FBI hat, put on the back, it says Funny Booby Inspector. Oh. Keenan Vulpix? Oh my goodness. So devious looking. I had Magnapul before as well. And even with Magnapul, I got the Snow Run. And this time around, even with Magnapul, I got Sneasel, so... I think those Keenans are scheming. I think so too. They stole Hathew. Yo, shout out Hathew. The name of Keenan's hat is a stolen joke. Shout out Zubathew from Absol's Crown Tundra movie. We got book lore. Make sure these aren't shiny. Alright, guys. Who, what, where are we talking about? Oh. So that's a Triceratops? So you know the dinosaur Triceratops? That's what this is. So this is a so pretty much this is a Triceratops. But also, it breathes fire, purple fire. It's got superpowers. It's a Triceratops with superpowers. So basically, Thrones of Time is like a sci-fi epic fantasy that takes itself very seriously, all the way up to the point that there is an army of superpowered dinosaurs. Inexplicably. There is a very in-depth explanation, but I think it's funnier to imagine that, like, with no context, that just sounds ridiculous. It is. Even with context, but, like, it's just like a really funny aspect of Thrones lore. Ooh, Drafrig's a cool target for Grand Underground Week. I love the battle background for it with all the crystals and stuff. It's sick. All literature is augmented by fire-breathing dinos, of course. I can't get over how round that sandshrew is. The roundest sandshrew known to man. Yeah, shout out Boog Safari Week. Boog! I cast Chinese Sandshrew right now. That's a freaking Glalie. It'd be so cool to escape Glalie out of this situation. It'd be a dream come true. It won't happen. I'm gonna see a Glalie, but I would love to escape this situation Glalie-less. Speaking of exploding Glalie with your mind, I need to check something actually. You've just reminded me something. Does this Pokemon naturally know explosion at this level? Do I need to have a damp Pokemon on my team? Okay, I'm fine. Okay, good, I'm fine. Alright. Oh, it only learns explosion via TM. That's good. Alright, I'm safe. What then, Signer? What then? For now. Someone's gonna go and teach all of the wild Glalie to explode. Absol gets Perish Song at like 57, I think, so I should be safe. I checked. I don't know when it learns it, but I know that these wild Absol don't have it. It's definitely after the levels they have right now. For the Wormhole Wednesday mod, one of the potential encounters is Absol, and that one will have Perish Song. We have far less room for a repeat of the Stantler incident. Me with all my CDs that make creatures blow up. So true. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. What if Sandshrew was a little bit blue? Yeah, I don't like daylight savings time. It's too dark. It's only 4:40, and I feel like it's like, I don't know, 7. Because, like, even though we changed only by an hour, it also is winter, so it naturally gets darker sooner anyway. So it compounds on itself, which is freaked up. Super duper freaked up, if you ask me. Might even be the most freaked up thing ever. I must check Pokemon Go again. I have been reminded that it exists. Oh, an egg is hatching. Togepi. And this thing, and a Cacnea. Nope. Phantom. Nope. Bungus. Nope. Ghastly. Nope. Zigzagoon. Nope. A second Phantom. Nope. C-Dot. Poochyena. Nothing. Nothing at all. What the freak? I'm from Hell World? California? It's okay here. Yeah, I don't understand Chespin haters. That's so true, Ruby. Welcome in from work. Doesn't it suck how dark it's getting already? Doesn't it just fill you with rage and also sleepiness? I think people are too harsh on Quilladin. He looks stupid, parentheses, positive. I will say, despite me preferring Chestnut over Delphox in most circumstances, I do vastly prefer Delphox's Mega over Chespin. And Greninja, I know there are a lot of Greninja fans out there, but I'm sorry. I just literally do not care. I don't have any strong feelings either direction for a Greninja. It's so just there for me. Don't love it, don't hate it. Quilladin is dodgeball foop sound effect. But you like Bruxish? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Because the thing is, like, Greninja is, like, designed to be cool. And because it's designed to be cool, it takes very little risks. I think its weird tongue is an interesting risk. That's a weird aspect about it. But Bruxish isn't designed to be cool. It's designed to reflect the ridiculousness of the natural world. And to imply some sort of psychedelic connection. It's funky, it's weird. It makes you wonder, what's your whole deal? And then you look into it and you learn something new. There are fish that just look like that, with human lips and everything. Sharp-ass teeth, way too many colors, and also a sort of like angler element to it that like lures in prey and then snatches them up. It also reminds me of that episode of SpongeBob where he's in the karate dojo and there's that one fish that has chapped lips. I think about that episode every time I see a Bruxish. Oh my god. Sneasel, why in the hell did you use your Quick Claw when I'm running away? Quick Claw for what move, you stupid? The Marshadow video is picking up a lot of steam lately. I wonder what's up with that. Maybe it's from because of the bingo video mentioning it and people being like, wait, huh? If this took as long as the first Turtonator hunt, multiple things have gone wrong. If this took as long as the Turtonator hunt, then the channel's dead. The first Turtonator hunt for like 2 years. That was a 10%. We're looking for a 30% and a 65% right now. Effective 65% because of Magnet Pull. At least, I'm taking the word for it of someone in chat that said that that's the encounter right now. You're resetting Poplio for a year, so anything's possible? Okay, but here's the thing, right? There's a reason why the Turtonator hunt took 2 years. Because the Turtonator hunt took 2 years with less than a box of phases. Because I was only hunting in the car on the way to school and the way back from school, right? So, like, you've been resetting for Poplio for a year. But, like, actually how long have you been resetting for Poplio? Because I don't know if you guys know this or not, or if it's obvious by the way that this is, but I spend every waking moment shiny hunting. And so for this to take 2 years, that would amount to like, if you think about how many full odds shinies I found for the Alola Dex quest in the last year, which is 90, for this to take 2 years, that would be approximately like 180 phases hunting at the rate that I'm going. And 180 phases for a 30% or a 65% target, I think would make me mathematically the unluckiest person in the history of humanity on Earth. I think that's how that works. That's crazy. Get better soon. I know. Where'd it go? Where'd this go? Looks at you with big eyes. Yeah, it's sort of getting to that point of the year where things are slowing down. It's getting darker out, and just mentally, energy supplies at an all-time low. Thoughts on Alolan Muck? I like it a lot, as opposed to Kanto Muck, which I don't care about at all. Alolan Muck is really, really cool. I love its design and its concept. I'm waiting to hunt for Diglett and Grimer until way later in the dex to save myself some random encounter hunts for later, so it's not all just back-to-back-to-back soft resets. Because I don't want to use them on my team. They're more of like a design that I appreciate from afar, so I'm not rushing myself to get them just yet. Yeah, if hat time happens while I'm wearing a hat, I swap hats. $66,000 encounters for Popplio is still baffling to me. It'd be so cool to get a shiny today, just saying. Oh, we got hat time. That's the wrong button. Here we go.
Mr. Beast!
You guys are having horrible luck. Horrible, horrible, horrible luck. I'm winning, though. I love this hat. Hat time has become shiny hunting. And you guys are over odds and phasing. Hold on, I must reply to a comment. I read every YouTube comment. Emoji button. Skull emoji. Hit reply. I've done my duty. I dropped my keyboard. Alright. Breaking things, I'm telling. The Jurassic Park reference in ZA is so awesome. Can you show old Shieldon? He's load bearing. I can't move him. I should probably have a command for !_ old Shieldon that just links to the old Shieldon video. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Let me cook. Okay, it should be ! Bazinga. Wait, that's kind of genius. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Get shareable link. Stream elements. I think it's stream elements anyway. Oh my god, got flashbanged by a pure white web page. Okay. Chat commands, custom commands, add a new command. Okay, so now if you do ! Bazinga, it should link to the old Shieldon video. Hell yeah. It's just that shrimple, isn't it? That is the right video, yeah. Awesome. I forgot how the video started. So that command works a lot better than I thought it did, because you do ! Bazinga, then you click on the video, and then it's just instantly Bazinga! That's pretty good. I completely forgot how that video started. I think I erased it from my mind after it was uploaded. That's so true. Shout out the Paradox Master and Memory Loss, for real. Bazinga. Are there other commands here that I've forgotten? Man, I forgot a lot of these. I forgot I had ! Grem2 for my second channel. And then ! WW for Wormhole Wednesday explanation. And also ! SpongeBob to explain what the hell this is. I wish I could read out loud the situations I'd be putting that man into, but I can't. There's like one that I'm like, I can't wait for reactions for. And by can't wait, I mean the book's gonna come out in 2029. So I'm forced to wait. Ooh, it is I, the ghost who likes to steal horses. Wait, was that back-to-back full-on's horse? That's crazy. Then her death is as sure as mine. New Vulpix in art moment? Oh my goodness. We have to find a shiny today. There's too much good art. It's the law. Yeah, that's where the SPOB comes from, that video. And her death is as sure as mine. That's a Soap the Bubble quote, right? I'm pretty sure. Crazy quote for Soap. I know how this works, okay? I just simultaneously don't know how this works, you know? It's as the Gars always say, when it ends Kaglos. Yo, what a coincidence. Original elitism as usual. What? And Suriv is alright then, huh? Offensive. Got nothing against Ilseads. Is it just because I'm a clone of your biggest fear? That is why I exist, to always defend good against evil, to guide one's choices, to provide light in the darkness with persuasion of kindness. There is no simpler solution than being always vigilant, than being always kind. That's also a Soap quote. Next Joe Wizard, as soon as I'm full of whimsy again, and when the Novastorm Chronicles is over, that's my #1 priority right now. Stomp going after Janistar and the Calcris. This is bigger than that. Constantine created a monster, and as king, you need to fix this. Yeah, I love Alolan Persian. It's a nice reference to domesticated cats. And also invasive species, with it being a dark type in Alola. I love the trend of Meowth just getting regional forms. I hope they keep doing it. I like literally every single Alola Pokemon. The one I'm most neutral on is like Alolan Diglett. And it doesn't get any worse than neutral. I wish Vulpix and Sandshrew were available earlier in Alola. It makes sense that they're only in the Icy Mountains, and I know you can get them as early as Tapu Village, but Sandshrew and Vulpix, like, historically before this, were always available incredibly early. They should have put them in the little icy cave on Melee Island. That would have been nice. Down at level, like, 12 or something. Grand Cobblemon, you said to check art moment. There's nothing here. Unless it was earlier? Was it like way earlier? I don't think so. Oh my god, the round Sandshrew again. Oh, I see now. This looks like it's from Tron. It's reminding me of something. Oh, what was that one Lego theme called? Power Miners? The little rock monsters? God, I wish I still had those. Zero sugar orange drink, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yoink. Guys, look at this low kicks card. Isn't that a sick low kicks card? That's the color scheme it reminds me of. It's low kicks colors. That's what I was thinking. Batman low kicks. I still want to find a way to get a custom bucket hat to do the cock hat, but it's instead of a chicken, it's Tapu Koko, and instead of cock, it says Coco, and instead of red, it's like the orange, and instead of dark blue, it's the black, and so it's like the color scheme of shiny Tapu Koko, and it's the Coco hat. That'd be so awesome. Kako? No! Tapu Kako? No! Wait. This sucks. This sucks. I was just reacting to chat. He said it. Write that down. No! Wait. That doesn't even make any sense, Grand Goblin on YouTube. What happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing. We're normal here and nothing happened. Nothing went wrong. Why are you so obsessed with the word shart, Grand Cobblemon? It's shardigrade. With a D. Crazy, Sriracha. That is a front-facing Squallion, yeah. I named it Shardigrade with a D. Those are different letters. I think we've seen multiple different Tapu Gremgrem arts. We've seen a few different takes on Tapu Gremgrem. I wish I could mod Ultra Sun and Moon. I'd love to like backport some of the new megas and also introduce like custom Pokemon like a hypothetical Tapu Gremgrem. There was one that was like Rogar inspired. With a D. D's nuts. You guys know that there are two different D's nuts jokes. I hesitate to even say jokes. In Void Jumpers 2. There's one that Hathu says, and then there's one that's a flashback from Keenan during the Explicicon Showdown where he says, "Destiny's nuts." Tapu Yaoi and Tapu Yuri? Wait. That goes kind of crazy. Chicha just barked in her sleep. Oh my god, yes, there it is. I'm not going to put it on the layout because we're running low on space, but in art mode on the Discord, Tapu Grem. Very Rogar based with the Rogar outer shell when it closes. So cool. That's crazy, Snail. I've said that's crazy, Snail, far too many times for one lifetime. That's a sentence that should not exist. And yet here we are. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to get more water. In the meantime, read Thrones of Time, by the way. I'll return briefly.
You're going to change, Adam. Your new life will be dedicated to protecting others. You will become a guardian, a defender, a sentinel.
I think I built a time machine.
I was promised adventures with the Sentinel when I was a kid. Matrona, I'm so sorry.
The future is written. I will always win.
We are not gods. We are not meant to be known or worshipped.
I am the Sentinel, and I'm in control
of my own destiny.
No, Sentinel. I am the Paradox Master. Your destiny is mine. We're gonna blow up Mars.
I am the Sentinel, and my life broke the universe. The war is over. I'm not needed anymore. I broke time just to keep living. That's all I'm good at, destroying things. I lost everything when I made that choice. Even all that I've created, all that I've saved, it's been for nothing.
I'm sorry. Even I can't fix this paradox. We're doomed.
I love you. Even after I'm gone, you'll outlive me. Don't deny it. I will be by your side, always. Until death do us part.
Is just as fragile as your mind. I'll break both.
It's all important to destroy.
I love
you. Say goodbye to your savior.
Am I too late?
Yo, am I too late? Am I too late? You guys ever think about how, like, you know, when I was writing Thrones of Time, there were a couple lines where I'm like, man, if I had an audience, these few words would go crazy if I just kind of like say them out of context. And like now that I like there are a handful of people that have read the books, I now know that like I called it. And there are a few words I can just say out of context that immediately cause concern. I was just gonna say I did too. And am I too late? And I think one of my other favorite ones are more recent, of course, but are y'all losing? You don't deserve my upgrades. I like those. I like those ones a lot. That's so funny that Twitch is like, hey, you should do this. You redacted on my redacted till I did too. Potions of harming in the form of words, exactly. Tilda Swinton as Citron? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. 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 She row on my guard till I did too. I'm really bad at coming up with fan casts for different characters. The only one that I have solidly locked in, like the only like fan cast that I imagine in my head is for Mr. Johnson. What's his name? What's the actor's name? Why is it so difficult to look up actor names? William Jackson Harper. He played Chidi in The Good Place. I feel like he could be such a convincing Mr. Johnson. He plays anxiety so well. I don't know that there are any other people that I've ever thought. If I was legally required or forced at gunpoint to put Chris Pratt in some sort of role as literally any character in all of the Novastrom Chronicles, like gunpoint, I had to, Jerry the Beetle. I don't think there's any other option, yeah. One of the crabs at the conference? I see Gren Cobblemon. He Urple. As any character that immediately dies. Yeah, but the only characters that like immediately die are all like I wouldn't make him that's a spoiler. Who would Jack Black play? If I had to, again, at gunpoint, forced to make Jack Black into any character. One of the Nolos from Void Jumpers 2, maybe King Omega Nolo. No, not Bragg Sloppy. Bragg Sloppy, as silly as he is objectively, he takes himself very seriously. I think the funniest possible casting for Captain Bragg Sleepy of the Tempest Blight would be a very serious and accomplished actor. Bill Nighy as Bragg Slippy literally just doing his Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean performance. Or Clancy Brown, that could work. I feel like it's easier to cast voice roles than it is to cast like finding people that look similar. Although now that I'm thinking, I'm so bad with actor names, but like I know the things that they're from. What's this guy's name? What is this guy's name? Dev Patel, First Sentinel. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, how could I forget the most obvious fan cast? It's the one that both Ruby and I agree on. Hayden Christensen, Paradox Master. Who would play Matrouse? In the trailers, he's voiced by Blue Vector. I'd just be Blue Vector again. Anakin Paradox Walker. Yeah, I used a picture of Hayden Christensen as the basis for drawing the image of the Paradox Master that appears on the spine of Void Jumpers 2. Blue acting it? That's true, he'd be acting. Visual of like a bunch of Hollywood actors and then just regular Blue actor. I mean, I would also like to play Keenan myself. I'm not an actor, but that's like the only role I think I could do. Oh my goodness. The cameo. The crab-meo, if you will. Where'd he go? Where'd it go? Where did it go? There he is. Hell yeah. It's like Tetris fitting these images on the layout. We got book lore. Guys, who or where we're talking about? Yo! Cora the Hermit Crab. She's got a PhD in astrophysics, a pioneer of void physics. Her career was catapulted by appearing on a podcast. She's part of a minority population on her home planet Lattilus. And went to school on a Hermit Crab scholarship to the Serpent Core University, and is one of the founding members of the Void Jumpers. Also, you know what I just realized by pressing the wrong button? We haven't been doing this lately, and it's probably why we're not finding shinies on stream, because we're not gambling about it. I know we're literally like 2.5 hours in, but place your bets. We finding a shiny today? Yes? No? Maybe so? Jason Momoa as Pell is a funny joke, but I would cast him as Steven. I don't understand how they put him in the Minecraft movie and didn't make him Steve. I would try to right that wrong. This image is hilarious. I need to put it on the layout. This is the Squallion that became the Paradox Master's steed. The exact moment it realizes that his rider is the Paradox Master. That's hilarious. Kill it? You made it! Oh, Matt Absol is Oag. He plays Oag in the trailer. He's going to reprise his role in the Thrones Aftertime trailer. I would cast Matt Absol as Oag if, like, Void Jumpers was ever turned into a movie or a TV show. $700. You could probably get to 1,000 this stream. Yeah, the night is young. It's only 5:30, despite it being pitch black outside, dark as midnight. I've been live for 2 hours, 40 minutes. Let's keep this going. Surely there's enough room on the layout for more images as well. Who would you get to play AJ Thrones? Ooh, that's tough. I wish I knew more actors, especially by name. I need to watch more movies. I think typically though, my approach to what I like to see in movies, especially with movies that want you to be bought into the lore of any given world, is I would prefer, like, if I got like infinite money and infinite creative control over a live action adaptation of Thrones of Time and Void Jumpers, I would prefer that most of the actors were nobodies. That way, whenever you see whatever the final product is, you can only ever see that character as that character. Like, you're not looking at them and thinking about other characters. It's sort of what happened with, like, Lord of the Rings casting Orlando Bloom as Legolas. Like, he was pretty much a no-name at the time. Or the MCU casting Tom Hiddleston as Loki and Chris Hemsworth as Thor. They were also pretty much no-names at the time. I think I would reserve, like, known actors for mostly, like, voice roles. As, like, a funny, like, if you recognize, you recognize. But let them go buck wild with whatever voices they do. Where does Willem Dafoe fall into this? He would play the Spirit of the Forest in Void Jumpers 2, just so that at one point his voice can come through a deer. And we can call that a Stantler reference. The crazy thing about casting, like, it'd be so, like, the casting director would have a horrible job to do if there was ever a live action Thrones of Time, because casting the third Sentinel also means that whoever you cast as that also needs to play the role of Conchna and Foxtrot and Agro and Ray, and I guess also depending on, I don't know, that would be a difficult situation as far as, like, representation goes, of, like, would you want that same actor also playing the character Allie? That'd be a dilemma, I think. I don't know what you do in that situation. This new big is the Infinity Raccoon. I think I see the vision. I was thinking that too, Magpie. I'm like, whoever they cast as the third Sentinel and all the clones needs to have an identical twin sister. I have not, but I have heard about it in passing. I do have a lot of my team as the shinies that I have, but a lot of how I find shinies is by hearing them. I've got the audio of the left game in my headphones, and I've got the sound turned up on this right game. So I don't want to lead with a shiny because, one, it makes the encounters take longer because you have to wait for the sparkle animation, and two, I would get so used to hearing shiny sparkle sounds that if I wasn't looking at my screen and I was looking at chat and I heard a shiny sparkle sound, I wouldn't automatically assume that it's a wild shiny, and I feel like I'd have a higher chance of failing it. Also, usually, Morlul I lead with because it has Illuminate, which makes encounters happen quicker. But in this one instance, I'm technically not leading with Morlul. I have fainted Pokemon at the front of my party. So I'm using Morlul just because it has Spore. But on the left game, I'm leading with a fainted Minccino with Cute Charm to boost the chance of female Pokemon. And in the right game, I'm leading with a fainted Magnemite with Magnet Pull to raise the chances of steel types. You fainted Magnemite? Messed up, I know. Yeah, all the clones would have very slight differences. Like, Aggro's obvious difference is the scar. Foxtrot's obvious difference is, like, the white hair. The thing, though, is that, like, Conchna would be... I would want the bulk of the clones to look very similar to Conchna, and Conchna to look very similar to Sentinel-3, just to really emphasize their identicalness. The only real, like, indicator that Conchna is that he's greasy as fuck. I think it's... Yeah, I guess it would be the 9-year anniversary of Sun and Moon, because it's the 8-year anniversary of Ultra Sun and Moon. It's so funny picturing, like, Conchna going into, like, government meetings on Andromatron where, like, the Council of Andromatron all have, like, very particularly tailored suits, and they sit in a particular gradient indicating their power, and they're all, like, done up properly, and then Conchna kind of just barges in. He probably stinks. He's got a bloody scythe with him at all times. And they have to respect him, because he's got, like, the most insane army that galaxy's ever seen. Who would Bryan Cranston play? There was one character in Thrones 3 that says, "Say my name." That could be an interesting character for him to play. Alright, that's it. We got hat time. I stay winning. I'm unstoppable right now. This is awesome. This is so cool. Where is Cog, bruh? It's in there. I just have too many hats now. This has happened before, where I've checked if it's still there, and it 100% is. I know for a fact that it is. Yeah, I implemented the wheel and then the randomizer in OBS specifically to avoid the situation where previously what would happen is that hat time would be redeemed and it would be the only hat that I put on because it was what everyone demanded. I can't, what does this mean, Gren Cobblemon? Why is it an isopod reaction? And also, why is it me? And what's up with the purple line? I can't decipher this. Oh, my bad. I did not notice that.
You know, I'm something of a
Stantler
myself.
There you go. Exclamation mark Spob. Monkey thinking picture. Hey guys, Vulpix and Sandshrew. Sandshrew, what if you were blue? What then? Give it some thought and then come back with your answer. Trying to brainstorm who would play Soap? Okay, hear me out. No. It's difficult because, like, it's hard to tell, like, does he have... To me, I picture him as, like, this righteous, standard heroic guy that can be broken. But, like, I don't know whether or not he's technically old. Does he sound old? Does he sound young? My immediate first thought was, now hear me out, Chris Evans. Something about, like, Captain America Soap? Yeah, you got it, Slowpoke. Chris Evans Soap the Bubble. Captain Soap America. Why aren't you blue? I don't know. Casting is difficult. Who would be Rogar? Who would be Time? Celeste would be a very important role. But also technically a minor one, as like he doesn't appear that often, but when he does, he needs to be impactful. He's the first speaking line. The first words in Thrones of Time are uttered by Celeste. Matt Mercer. Ooh. Anyone ever considered the moral implications of shiny hunting in freaky style? What does that mean? How would Starlock sound? That's something that keeps me up at night. I don't know how Starlock sounds in my head. He speaks telepathically. Brennan Lee Mulligan? Yeah, Starlock to me is also British. Ruby and I have both agreed. You mentioned Brendan Lee Mulligan. We watch a lot of Dropout, and we've both agreed that he would, like, I've said that, like, if somehow he was, like, in charge of a Thrones of Time or Void Jumpers themed campaign, I think he could embody the role of Paradox Master better than I could write him. I think also he could... No, you know what it would have to be, though? Like, if at any point... Like, obviously, fan cast, right? But if Brennan Lee Mulligan was involved in any form in a live-action Novastorm Chronicles, he would have to be Caglos. There's no other role. He would have to be Caglos. I think he'd be a perfect Caglos. Like, if you've read all of Void Jumpers 2, and you imagine just sort of, you know, I can picture it very, very clearly. Billy Piper, ooh. I don't know. Time? Question mark? Sriracha, oh my god. Wait, that goes kind of crazy. Wait, that's a crazy read. I see it so perfectly. That's crazy. That's perfect. Oh, that reminds me, actually. That's the perfect Starlock. David Tennant. That's a Starlock right there. Yeah. Easily. I'm picturing different speaking lines in Yeah. You know what's really funny, actually, now that I think about it? He could do Starlock and or Ganto. Like, very easily. Like, he could be both in the same thing and sound different enough for each that it wouldn't be noticeable. I think Hat Time is just out of stock or on cooldown right now. Because Hat Time was, like, just redeemed. We got another Hat Time.
Mr. Beast!
You guys are losing, and I am... Oh my god, Joe Wizard's Traveling Castle almost just got crushed by a pile of hats. I'm winning, though, is the thing. The thing is that I'm winning, and you guys are losing, but I'm winning. And that's all that matters at the end of the day, really. You're thinking with all of your 1 brain cells for Calathorn? If Calathorn was cast with my inspiration for the character in the first place, again, I am not good with names. I need to double check this. Keira Knightley, who played Elizabeth in Pirates of the Caribbean. That was the inspiration behind Calathorn. We've got book lore, guys. Who, what, where are we talking about? Oh, Adam Jaminsky. So this is, like, the guy, in Thrones 1, right before he explodes and dies. This is what he looks like, mere nanoseconds before he explodes and dies. This guy was tortured in an orphanage, spent his life trying to study, making really tiny, world-destroying nuclear bombs, and then he explodes and dies and turns into the Sentinel. Which is pretty crazy. What a crazy turnaround. Adam Jaminski played by Christopher Walken. That goes kind of hard. He's a girl dad, that's true. He did learn the error of his ways slowly over his life. Can we kill him, please? Yeah, I still can't. Some of the phases for Fennekin are nuts. Considering how many things around the area were like kind of subpar phases, it's crazy the ones that I did end up getting. Slightly disappointed though that I didn't get Noibat, but that's fine. I love the Urple sunset in these games. It's so cool. Oh, that's an interesting way to get distracted. We're starting to get in that range of numbers where it wouldn't be ridiculous if a shiny showed up. I could totally get one. Shiny Alolan Vulpix on the Urple background would be a dream. You drew a critter in art moment? Oh my goodness! Oh, yeah. That's amazing. So blue. So blue and little. And also small. Oh goodness. I'm starting to run out of room. Where are you going? Where do you want to be, little man? Where is your heart leading you? Right here. Where's my face cam? Right here, okay. Why are you blue? Why aren't you blue is the question. Bring me Sandshrew! Oh my goodness! So much art. So much art. This is amazing. Sandshrew is so silly. I can't wait to draw these goobers for the thumbnail. I'm not sure how I want to pose them at all. I'm gonna need to like get some reference in the the photo club. I do not have the range for voicing every character. I could do like a handful in like an audiobook, but I do voice in the trailers Keenan, obviously, but also Rogar. Yeah, this is the summoning circle we need for a shiny to appear. Morlow's cry is so funny. Man, live action Thrones of Time and Boy Jumpers would go crazy. I'm thinking about like some of the coolest things to see in live action, and I think like the Quantum Entangled Shipwreck is like top of the list of things I'd like to see happen in live action. Just that whole sequence, actually. The Intercept, followed by Quantum Entangled Shipwreck, followed by Redacted chapter. Seeing all of that happen in live action would be nuts. From Thrones? I don't know, though. What would be the coolest to see? Maybe the Fall of Andromatron and, yeah, the entire Fall of Andromatron chapter, especially that fight with Concha at the end of it. Oh, the back-blowing scene, yeah. You know, the back-blowing scene. The scene where a guy's spine gets exploded. Yeah, Riot's... The end of Thrones 2 in live action might be a little too real. That would be really upsetting to see. I feel like Rey would be a horrifying presence on, like, the big live-action screen. Oh, are you gonna make me read the back-blowing scene right now, Starshrimp? Thrones 3, page 376? Is that what this is? And he knew he had to hide the... Hold on, the sentence starts on the page before. He saw the fear in her face, and he knew he had to hide the pain the best he could, but it was too much. Redacted pulled his fist down, and with that motion, the plasma inside the Paradox Master burst. "I will not kill you," Redacted said with a calmness about him that sent shivers down Eve's spine. There was no effort in the pain he caused. The Paradox Master screamed as the veins in him popped, his arms popped out of their socket, and his knees popped and his fingers stretched, pulling the bones from their joints. His arms stretched from his body, as did his legs and his back. Redacted clenched his fists harder, and the flames consumed the Paradox Master. Just screaming. I'm not going to scream this out loud, just like so much screaming, followed by "kill me" in all caps. The Paradox Master shrieked in pain. "You may be immortal, but you feel the curse of life. Pain." Redacted clenched his fists harder. The Paradox Master's knees bent backwards, his elbows snapped, his limbs were distorted into unrecognizable twigs and snapped sticks. "Let him go!" Eve yelled. Life held her back. Read Thrones 3. You know what's crazy is that's not the worst pain that he's been through. Not even a little bit. That loser is my punching bag. Chespin's like a like a chipmunk. I'm gonna really do it this time. Why do you feel the need to put this man through the horrors? Listen. It's not that I feel the need to. There are too many other things working against him. It's a necessity of his position. It's not something that, like, those things just kind of happen to him. Also, he can tank it. Which is why it happens to him a lot. He's immortal. With a slightly accelerated healing factor. Nothing on the level of something like a Wolverine. Like, it takes months and months, but definitely quicker than a normal human. Original meme, it depends on how old he is when it happens. I think if you catch him right in the middle of his lifespan, that's probably the ideal situation. Anywhere close to the beginning or close to the end, and you're screwed. Oh, let's go, Sriracha. Actually, that's not true. There'd be like a few points in the middle where you could get him at a good time. I guess it fully depends. He goes back and forth a lot between like any given moment on whether or not you're gonna get a good time or a bad time with the Paradox Master. He's gone through countless midlife crises because he forgets the character growth that happens every time. Post Void Jumpers, pre-end of 5 years gone. That's totally not ominous, Grand Cobblemon. Thanks for stopping by. What? What is it with what? Why do you keep bringing up sharding? Yeah, I'm not to that part in 5 years gone yet, but it's really upsetting to think about post Void Jumpers Paradox Master because, like, you know, he comes back, sits down, and, you know, Void Jumpers is too important for him to forget naturally. And so, you know what he's got to do. Write down a label, put it on the shelf for future reference. Sentinel's like, hey, you were gone for a little bit longer than usual. What happened? And then he'll probably say something like, no idea. What? What, Snail? Those are crazy tags. What the hell? That's interesting. If it's not on the books, it isn't real. I haven't gotten to there yet, so who knows how that scene plays out. I didn't even notice that got pinned. That's hilarious. Why is everybody John and then last name thing that they do? Everybody can't be named John. John Stone. That's true. I don't cry after 5 years gone. I will after Throne 6. I don't think anyone will cry after 5 years gone. You will cry during it, like right in the middle. But after, I don't think so. The middle of the last third. Probably not after, though. Says you, John Books. Okay. Ooh, let's go. Baja Blast. I could go for a Baja Blast right now. Glalie, I'm gonna need you to stop showing up. I'm gonna be so real with you. You're literally John Meme. Morlola is so funny. What a little tiny goober. Middle of the last third is a horrifyingly precise moment. Yeah, well, I haven't written all of it, obviously, but as far as like my loose outline that I have in my head, the moment that is going to destroy everybody should be happening somewhere in the middle of the last third. What's really funny about 5 Years Gone is that it's simultaneously the thing I can talk the least about because of how spoilery it is, but also the thing I can talk the most about because of how much people who have read Thrones already know the basic structure of 5 Years Gone. Like, one of my favorite things that I'm excited for, that I don't know if anybody's, like, thought about, but it'll make sense once you do start thinking about it, is that, like, there's going to be a moment in 5 Years Gone where towards... So, you know how, like, in Thrones 2, the Paradox Master starts saying that he is 5 million years old, which indicates that that's at the end of 5 Years Gone. And so there's going to be a moment at the end of 5 Years Gone where, like, the events of Thrones 2 start happening, but from the Paradox Master's perspective, building up until the beginning of Part 2 of Thrones 3. And I'm really excited for that moment because it's going to feel like the goal is that, like, a lot of 5 Years Gone, despite, like, the torture element of it, obviously, and, like, the depression and stuff, a lot of it is, like, just dudes being dudes and having fun. Lots of, like, bros nights and, like, karaoke and going to the bar and partying and, like, just fucking around doing weird sci-fi stuff out in different weird universes or whatever, being silly with it. But then, right, there's going to be this slow build-up that starts turning into way too fast of a build-up that feels like a marathon towards the finish line. Like, it's weird to think that the Paradox Master doesn't know who Rey is until very near the end. You know? And I'm really excited for the moment of, like, oh no, the fun is over, and the dramatic irony of the reader knowing what's coming, but the Paradox Master not. And then having that different perspective, and sort of the recontextualization of everything that you already know in the lead up to the end. I'm really excited for that. There's gonna be a line in 5 Years Gone where it says "start crying now." Close. I think the line's gonna be "don't cry." Which, hearing that coming out of a certain character's voice, I think will just immediately cause the opposite effect, actually. Don't you dare cry. This isn't a sad scene. What, Snail? Sad face emoji react? Remember, I haven't written anything except for the first 40 pages of Thrones 5, so I don't know exactly what any of the dialogue is going to be. I'm just thinking out loud. Oh, let's go. Huge. Etsy moment. Honestly, if I'm thinking about it right, the end of 5 Years Gone, again, it's all of, like, the heart-wrenching stuff will be in the middle of the last third. I'm pretty sure the end of 5 Years Gone might be the most hopeful ending. Just because you have to remember contextually, I'm already warning you guys far in advance that the ending of Thrones 4 is a cliffhanger that isn't resolved until Thrones 6. And so, mechanically, the ending of 5 Years Gone has to be hopeful. Otherwise, I don't think the waiting another year for the next one to come out, like, you need to... I don't know, I can't say a lot. Hope is our 4-letter word? How dare you. Throne 6, I'm kind of dreading because I have the ending perfectly envisioned in my head, but the entire rest of it, I don't. And I just have like a vague idea of what it's going to be, and I'm a little bit nervous. It might end up being pretty short, but we'll see. But I know it's going to be... it's gonna be so... It's characters v characters in that situation. Friends versus friends. It's gonna be upsetting, I think. Quality over quantity. It's gonna be as long as it needs to be. Because the thing is, with it being as final as it is, it won't be introducing, like, pretty much anything new. You know? Because you don't want to, like, introduce something new at the 11th hour when you're not only going to have a little bit of time to work with it. And so it's just going to be a culmination of everything that came before. And because of that, there won't be a lot of setup. And so I imagine it will probably be the shortest Thrones book, maybe around the length of Thrones 1, which currently is the shortest Thrones book. My ultimate goal with Thrones Aftertime as a series is that when you're done reading it, you'll immediately want to go back and read all of the Nova Storm Chronicles again. That is what I'm aiming for. I want like the recontextualization of everything to just like, I don't know. I hope I pull that off. Alolan Sandshrew was awesome. Sandslash was my first favorite Pokemon. I think Sandshrew pulls off the Alolan form better just because, like, the igloo visual elements of it. Where Sandslash is just like an ice Sandslash, but they're still pretty awesome. I talked about Signer, like it's poetry, it rhymes. Like the end of Revenge of the Sith, where they're holding baby Luke and looking out over the double sunset, mirroring the beginning of A New Hope, where Luke is looking out over the double sunset. I found Vulpix last night off stream and immediately evolved it into Ninetales, so all I've got to find now is Sandshrew to evolve into Sandslash, and once I do I can move on to Drampa, but because I'm not going to go for all 4 necessarily. I would like to, like, if I got Sandshrew next, it would be evolved into Sandslash, and then I would keep hunting until I found either Vulpix or Sandshrew again, and then I would move on. Because, yeah, Signer, if you're talking about, like, the sort of rhyming sort of situation, that sort of stuff goes on all the time throughout all of Thrones. And Void Jumpers, there's a lot of, like, moments that are very, like, oh, this echoes that. So things get a lot more complicated because of time travel. Yeah, the bench method is certainly a method. I think I get tired of the cutscene happening every once in a while. I do like the knockout and then wait for it to respawn, save the game right before it respawns, and then just do a regular soft reset. That method, I'm sure it takes like similar amount of time, but I'm glad that it eliminates pretty much any phases. Sometimes I'm just not feeling up to phasing. Well, because of time travel and complication signer, the way Thrones 1 begins is also like the way Thrones 5 begins. Like the beginning of Thrones 1 has already been revisited. Well, if we're talking like the literal beginning, like the first few pages. But like the other beginning of Thrones 1, starting in the hospital, is also revisited in Thrones 1 and also Thrones 3. Like the beginning has already been revisited a bunch of times. And so there's only so much that can be happening during that moment. It's a very specific scenario with Thrones of Time because of how complicated it gets with time travel. Like, so many parts of it have already been revisited that I want to do something unique with the finale series. Yeah, the bench loading screen, I got real sick of that little cutscene. Even though I think it takes the same amount of time as like a standard soft reset anyway, but if I have to endure it for the potential of finding a shiny of what I'm not even looking for, then like, I'd rather just soft reset. I can handle the bench if I'm looking for like any shiny at all in the area. I think it's a fun way to do it. Alright, I will return briefly. In the meantime, we've seen Thrones 1 and 2. Here's the Thrones 3 trailer, and I will return briefly.
Evelyn Sanchez, I'm sorry, but the universe needs you.
It's me? Why does it have to be me?
The Sentinel's army lost their only hope. She's gone. My name is Thomas, and I will train you, and you will not be alone. You will never be alone. There's something I need to tell you, Eve. It's about time. It's about the Paradox Master and the Sentinel. And it's about you. It's always been about you. From the very beginning.
What if I can't save them?
You will, Eve. You will.
My way, and the extraverse is mine. The multiverse will be reborn in my image, and the thrones of time will fall.
I can't get over the way that Lamvax remixed Eve's theme. The music that plays when like Eve, Starlock, and Ganto are like standing there at the end. Like I always really liked it and it sounds so good. But specifically, let's see if I can find it. In the Thrones Aftertime theme that he cooked up, if I can skip ahead. Where is it? It's right here. No? It's like right here. Yeah, this part. This new version of it. I can't wait for the Thrones Aftertime trailer. It's gonna be a long time until it's ready to show, but oh my god, that new rendition of that theme goes crazy. It goes so nutso mode. $32 United States dollars. I'll try. He does not like to accept money. I've been listening to this theme on loop while writing. That's why he made it so early. I'm like, listen, I know that like I need this for the trailer, but I would like it sooner than I need it for the trailer because listening to your music while writing helps a lot. And he's like, oh yeah, don't worry, I got this. Sneak money into his hands before rushing him out of the door. That's an idea. Next time he's over and accepting payment in the form of like spaghetti, I'll put money in his spaghetti. So far, that's the only way that he's accepted being compensated for making the book trailer themes. Is pasta. There's a oh my god. So when I got the line from the person on Fiverr who did the "Am I Too Late" line for the ending of the Thrones 3 trailer, I wanted to get my money's worth out of a Fiverr commission, and so she also recorded lines for the Thrones Aftertime trailer. I was thinking ahead, and so I'm like editing the trailer as I go before I have all the art, but like there's a moment where it's like the build up of the music and Eve's like, I thought I mastered Plasma. What does she say? I thought I mastered Plasma, but I can't control it. It mastered me, or something like that. And then the dun 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 dun. It's, oh my god. I need to find out who can voice Starlock, because there's a Starlock line in the trailer. I need a voice for Nick. I need a voice for Ganto. I need a voice for Celeste. And Owag will be reprising his role. And I need a voice for VB, which previously Blue Vector did for the Every Story Ever Told Is Real portion of the Void Jumpers trailer. And then I need a voice for, I I can't hide this for too long. I need a voice for Dracona. And then that should be all I need for that trailer. Then Keenan and... Oh, I almost just said a crazy spoiler. There are 2 voice lines that I can do myself. Then the 5 Years Gone trailer is going to be really interesting, because it's just going to be, for the most part, Blue Vector reprising the first Sentinel role, Opal Tokyo reprising the Paradox Master role, me as Keenan, and then I guess probably Randy as Kogar. And then I'd probably need a Daru voice in there as well. And then I have no worldly idea what the Throne 6 trailer is going to be. I thought I mastered Plasma, but I can't control it. 10 years hardly feels like enough of a break. What are the lines? What are the... Hold on. Keenan in 5 Years Gone? Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna press a button. I'm gonna press a button right now, and it's gonna show all the books on the screen. Look over to the middle of the 3 on the right, and you'll see the cover for 5 Years Gone. You notice anything? There was a top hat on the box. Yeah, what are the lines in the Thrones After trailer? I actually don't know what Celeste is gonna say. 10 years ago, all of reality fundamentally changed. The history of the broken universe is also the history of the multiverse. And now we find ourselves in a new era. Here we stand, the first beings left to forge a new history after time. 10 years hardly feels like enough of a break. I'm done with the Sentinels army. The war is over. I don't think we have a choice, man. And then what does Eve say? But it mastered me. I thought I mastered Plasma, but it mastered me. I can't control it. The work of the Paradox Master is not complete. There is something we're missing. The void calls out. The universe is screaming! And then, what else is there? I haven't written down anything here. That mask ain't good for him. All they do is sit out in the lake and stare up at the sky, reading about time and paradoxes and all sorts of crap they ain't got the mind to understand. I think we built a time machine. Bunch of unwritten dialogue. Yeah, that's all I've got so far. I'm so excited. I thought I mastered Plasma, but I can't control it. It's mastered me. This is all a plot. So you know what's really funny about the time machine? Is that... So picture this, right? You know the Every When from Void Jumpers? The Void Station? Big ol' bagel around, like, a cube in the middle? So that's the Every When, right? In Thrones After Time, there's a There's the everywhere. No, that's the everywhere, and then there's the every when. And the every when, bagel around the outside, cube on the middle. But the cube is orange with quarter circles in each corner that are glowing yellow, and a circle in the middle that ties the tube that goes from the middle to the outside. I think we built a time machine. They call it the every when. It is a Keenan line, yeah. I'm really excited for Thrones 4 as much as I keep talking about Thrones 5. Hold on, where is it? Where is it? Visions of the Impossible. Their view turned up above the everywhere, revealing to them the newly completed every when. A bagel-like shape encircled the center cube, just like the original base design of the everywhere, but where this station differed was the central cube. The center was not a light blue housing block for void jumpers, but instead an orange machine 10 years in the making. Cylindrical tunnels connected to circles at the center of each face of the cube, beside the top and the bottom, which glowed yellow. Quarter circles filled the corners of each face, also glowing yellow, and they connected to the center circles with metal lines. The whole design mirrored the original box Keenan once researched, the interdimensional time machine that sparked the Void Jumper story from the very beginning, the first time machine built by the Sentinel. This is also a fun thing that, like, only a few people know, because I remember I sent this in, like, the Book Freaks group chat, but, like, for those that aren't part of that, this is a fun little bit. Was wondering when they'd be back, he said, adjusting his round glasses. He pointed at them. I have glasses now, to indicate that time has passed, he said, wearing his usual black suit and top hat, though now paired with a light blue tie and orange Converse shoes, color coordinated like a funky square. I'm 36 now, isn't that gross? You too, but you haven't aged a day, Keenan said, pointing at Pell. You look cool as ever. Cooler, even, somehow. Oh, that's awesome. Gastroidon, thanks so much for that. I'm 36 now, isn't that gross? Captain Californ stared out into the storm. You've got to be shitting me. Can we keep this PG-13, please? Keenan suggested. Keenan, will you ever shut the Next chapter! Go, my Pelnin. Ganto meeting OAG is something I'm very excited for, too. I haven't quite gotten around to it yet. This chapter goes crazy. I need to write more of this. Why am I writing Thrones 5? Ooh, that's a fun line. Pell knew what nothing felt like. It's been a while since I've looked in here. Will there be romance, or did you finish that in Thrones 3? There won't be any new romance, I don't think. It's not my strong suit, necessarily. In fact, like, I didn't even really choose to have that. Not necessarily that, like, it came, like, I didn't like set out to create a romantic subplot in Thrones of Time. It just sort of came as a necessity of the territory. It's not my favorite thing to write about, so there won't be any like new romances, I don't think. Not that I have planned. Just to, oh, the Empreg song ended, I forgot. Oh, you know what? Actually, there is technically a new romance, but it's not like, No, wait! I'm so wrong. There are 2 new romances, except the way... So, like, the thing is that, like, in Thrones of Time, right, the romantic subplots are, like, something that, like, you see the beginning. Like, you see the inception of the beginning of a romance plot, and then you see it progress into, like, becoming a full-fledged relationship. The thing is that with Thrones After Time, you were introduced to 2 pre-existing relationships. 2 new pre-existing relationships. And so you don't get to see, like, the beginning of a romantic subplot. You just get to be introduced to characters already in a relationship that they previously weren't in. So there are romantic elements, but, like, there isn't going to be, like, a subplot about romance. Because I'm, like, scanning over things right now. And I just remembered. Yeah, there are 2 Thrones characters that, after the time skip, are now both in a relationship with characters that were not introduced in Thrones of Time. With new characters. But yeah, I don't think there will be any brand new romances. Wagex Ganto? That's crazy. I gotta get back to writing this stuff. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta stop looking at that. I gotta stop looking at that. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. The insane ship naming schemes that Yu-Gi-Oh! Ships had back in the day. Oh no, I just had a horrible thought and I want to unthink it. Oh no. Oh, get it out of my head. Get it out of my head. I need to... No. Oh god. Oh, I hate that so much. My head is being overwhelmed with different combinations of the names Calathorn and Captain Bragg Slippy, which I do not like at all. Not even a little bit. I hate that. I hate that so much. Yeah, see? It's awful. Now you wish that I didn't say it, right? I've put this into your mind, and I already regret it being in my mind. Bragathorn? The first thought I had was Calliope, which sounds awful. Slopathorn? That's crazy. Slopathorn is nuts. Microsoft's old paperclip helper, Calliope. No, I can't find a shiny right now. That would be awful. That this would be immortalized. We are over 1,000 now, though. No, please, God, no. In fact, I'm gonna take a break. We're getting a buffer. I'll be right back. God, I don't know what to even show you guys after all that. This was gonna show down next year. I'll be right back. Hearing that theme always makes me so happy. Shout out Lambax, by the way, for going back and remixing a theme that he made in like 2016 that I used as like the main title theme for the Exclusive Kono Showdown game I made in high school. Because like that's what I always associated with Keenan and the Quantum Brothers. And he's like, yeah, I'll just remix that for the trailer. I'm like, that's so awesome. That's been Keenan Quantum's theme for 9 years? Oh no. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, speaking of Exclusive Kono Showdown, you guys want to see like the first I'm gonna be revising stuff too, so this isn't like locked in stone, but here's how hold on, hold on. This will be revised, but I'll show you guys the first page. So this is not going to be the way that it's going to end up. It will be changed ever so subtly, but here's a sneak peek at the first page of Exclusive Kono Showdown. I'm going to stretch it out. No, I'm not going to stretch it out. That looks gross. So you're probably wondering, how'd you three bozos end up here? A robotic voice panged from the collar of a hairless cat. The strange creature addressed two young men sitting dejectedly in a large prison cell beside a beat-up, odd-looking rowboat. A woman, also in the cell, paced back and forth, angrily swinging an axe. One of the young men, mustachioed and well-dressed, shot up excitedly. Oh, yes, this is like in the movies when there's a record scratch and the music kicks in and then the voiceover starts and it's like, yeah, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. I knew this would happen to me eventually. I knew it! Finally! Oh my god. The other young man groaned, pinching his nose and sinking into his oversized hoodie. It all started 10 years ago. Dude? No? Don't go that far back. There it is. That is the first page of Exclusive Kono Showdown. I'm excited. What's the most recent line that I wrote? Quan looked away out of the window into the endless sky. The clouds swallowed up the bridge. He thought to himself, his face scrunching up. None of this makes any sense. Okay, that's the last thing I wrote. Awesome. Yoink? Okay, I gotta stop looking at that. We need to find a shiny. Let's go. Shiny Trubbish is nice. It's a good one. So Keenan's whole deal is that he can sense when his story is being told. So like if he's going about his normal day and he feels relatively normal, he knows he's not, like, that moment isn't being told. But the moment he's doing something interesting, he gets a sense that, like, someone's watching him. And so he interprets that as like, oh, this moment right now is being told as a story somewhere else. It's actually not fourth wall breaking powers. The thing about fourth wall breaking powers is that, like, Deadpool, for example, acknowledges that he's fictional. And so by breaking the fourth wall, what you do is you break down that false barrier between the audience and the fictional character, and you acknowledge that you are fictional by acknowledging that there isn't a fourth wall. That's what breaking the fourth wall means, is that you're breaking the illusion of there being a wall between you and the camera. What Keenan does is get a sense that that moment is being told as a story. He acknowledges that he's real. He refers to it as acknowledging the fourth wall. He understands that there is a distance between him and his audience, but he does also understand that he isn't a fictional character playing a role. He is a real person that is, for whatever reason, being watched. And according to the Paradox Master, that is an ability that should not be possible, because it means that his mind is directly interfacing with the Nova Storm. Somehow, he has a way to tap into the space between worlds, and is able to tell when another world is interfacing with his somehow. Oh, also, a side effect of all that is that when he was born, speaking of him being born, let me read something actually, because this might be the stupidest part of Keenan's lore, and I was kind of like somewhat self-conscious about it, but so far in my workshop class, everybody seems to just kind of play along with it. So let me read like a little portion of this book that explains what his deal is. The three brothers were geniuses all in their own right, though Daquan had always considered himself an ordinary genius. His older brothers were incredibly strange. Jonathan was intelligent in a way that attracted the interest of the military for his weapon-grade creations. Keenan was intelligent in a way that attracted an audience for his quirky inventions. Daquan earned modest research grants, but nothing more. The brothers couldn't be more different, as much as they were alike. Their differences had always been clear, and Keenan was the most peculiar of the three of them. While Jonathan and Daquan had both grown up with the support of their parents, with academic interests and the drive to put effort into their schooling, Keenan was different. Keenan was seemingly born with mind enough to comprehend himself. He wasn't particularly intelligent, at least compared to a high school dropout, but the thing was, he was a 1-year-old. He was seemingly born with a head start. He skipped straight through preschool, elementary school, and high school, and was admitted to college when he was 3. Where Jonathan and later Daquan would excel, Keenan would remarkably struggle, as the mind of a high school dropout would, but he had the benefit of time, of a head start. Jonathan graduated with a PhD in thermonuclear engineering when he was 23. Daquan would graduate with a bachelor's in astrophysics within the year, and Keenan graduated with both, and several minors in all sorts of disparate studies when he was 22. Technically, when it came to years spent strictly in college, it took Keenan much, much longer than both his brothers. But his brothers went to preschool, and elementary school, and high school. Keenan failed more classes, he had a worse GPA when he graduated, and he even took a gap semester every time a new Pokemon game came out after 2006, which amounted to 5 semesters. If he were an ordinary person, he would have graduated sometime in his mid-40s. Daquan had always looked up to Keenan, he was his older brother after all. He aspired to be like him, however unfair it was that he had a seemingly senseless head start. No one could figure out why or how he was born that way. Jonathan, however, resented the middle quantum child. Jonathan worked hard for his achievements. While he had studied hard, pouring his heart and soul into his final dissertation, reaching out to countless organizations, searching for grant money or contracts, odd jobs and scholarships, Keenan would excitedly interrupt him to show him that he had just caught a slightly more orange than usual Pikachu or something. And then they both ended up with the same degrees anyway. Keenan even had more. So yeah, Keenan was born with like the mind of a high school dropout. So as like a baby, he was like fully aware of himself. So like despite not being particularly smart, he just had like a crazy head start. It's connected to his ability to sense that his story is being told. His mind is entangled with the Nova Storm, and he doesn't know this, but pretty much what happened was that, like, this is part of the lore that I don't think I'll ever explain, because I think it's very stupid, and it's a little bit embarrassing. So you know how I said that Keenan is, the only character I've done that is directly just a straight up self-insert? So the original lore that I haven't written down anywhere because I don't want to 100% canonize it, but the original idea behind it, and this might sound a little bit familiar if you've read Void Jumpers 2 and you connect it to a different concept that is somewhat related, but the idea is that in some universes, there is like reincarnation, and you can be born as somebody else, but there can be like a miscommunication or a mistranslation between universes. And the idea, bear with me, because this is very stupid and also embarrassing, is that when me, real life, author of these books, die, on the way to a different universe, my mind is entangled with the Nova Storm somehow, and I'm reborn as Keenan and forget everything except for the general vibe of my own stories. And so it's a reverse of like, I tell the story, he knows it's being told. That was the original idea. I don't know if that's still canon necessarily, because it is a little bit embarrassing. But the idea is that he's basically a failed reincarnation, where typically your mind has to be wiped on the way over. But for whatever reason, on the way across universes, he just kind of got entangled with the Nova Storm. In a very similar way that maybe that happened somehow else. But yeah, so like he's like an alternate version of me, but like more directly connected. It was the original idea. Because like, it makes sense based on other established lore that like, yeah, like how Steven like respawns. But yeah, just on the way through the storm, something went wrong that just messed with the process a little bit. The only thing that makes me think that that's maybe not 100% canon is just that, like, technically speaking, according to what the Paradox Master said, a being like him should not be allowed to exist. Like, a mind entangled with the Nova Storm is something that should be impossible outside of some sort of coincidental influence. And so I guess the only way that that would be possible is if some coincidental being decided to sort of nudge something in that direction. But the problem with that is that based on the way that Void Jumpers plays out, if that were to be the implication of how Keenan ended up that way, it wouldn't make a lot of sense because that coincidence would have operated against that happening, because the forces at will would not want a being like that to exist. If that makes sense. Although I guess fate works in mysterious ways. Or karma, coincidence, chaos, etc. It'd be a shame if I coincidenced everywhere. Every time I check the Book Freaks chat while I'm streaming, someone is saying, let's kill this gremlin guy. What did I do? For real? Let's do it? I agree. Let's kill him. What did I do? Is order not a possible outcome of chaos? It is, but only if chaos isn't also, like, well, I guess, no, yeah. Sometimes, Kaglos likes things to be orderly. That's awesome. The Yolola propaganda is working. Or I guess in this case, the kelp propaganda. I'm gonna find my exact spatial coordinates. No! Halola propaganda. Whoa. It's all connected. 7-phase Flabebe hunt? That's unfortunate. They're inventing the box in real time. Uh-oh. I want to Mario Kart that road so bad. Shout out Keenan. 7 times in 3 hours? Well, that's not too bad. But still, though, 7 phases for Flabebe. Flabebe seems super common. Where are you looking for it? Because I think there's a few places where there's like 3 of them. Or are you looking for a specific color one? The worst crime the Void Jumpers can commit, keep in mind it has to be illegal. I mean, illegal in what sense? Because their whole deal is committing crimes. But like cosmic crimes. By whose laws are we judging this? Technically, OAG is breaking the law anywhere that doesn't have open carry. Not that he has a choice. Thought they were heroes? Well, yeah, but their whole thing is, like, setting up base in the Nova Storm and, like, jumping between universes. Like, the entire reason the Paradox Master shows up in the first place is like, hey, you can't do that. That's not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to jump universes. Like, the main plot of Void Jumpers 1 is them trying to figure out how they can break the rules in a safe way. So, like, Kingdom Hearts? Is that the plot of Kingdom Hearts? Is the plot of Kingdom Hearts the plot of Void Jumpers 1? I know nothing about Kingdom Hearts. Is it actually? Oh my god! Are the Kingdom Hearts crew just Void Jumpers? That's crazy. Paradox Master should have showed up during that. Okay, we're getting into the encounter range where, like, a shiny can show up. We can totally find something this stream. They go in a spaceship to travel to different worlds. There's even time travel and timeline splitting. That's crazy. That's nuts. Ow. Andrew, what if you were blue? Have you ever thought about that? I don't know that I'll be able to get to 4094. If it's taken 4 hours to do 1,000... Yeah, no, I'm not hitting that tonight. It's 7 right now. I'll probably go only as late as like 9:30. Maybe half odds. 8-hour stream? 7, 8, 9. No, probably not. Because once Ruby gets home, the stream will end shortly. He gets home at like 9:30, 10. Just lock the Fweek in? I suppose so. Yeah, we won't need to go to half odds because I'll just find a shiny. Kingdom Hearts is Disney Void Jumpers. You want to know something crazy, though? Is that both series have Mickey Mouse. Thank you, public domain. Shout out the Mickey Mice scene in Void Jumpers 2. Michael Rat. I think about the Mickey Mice scene every once in a while. That's why I named the Totem Mimikyu Mickey Mice. Paradox Master Keyblade? Wait. That sounds kind of crazy. Yo, Mr. Johnson Keyblade. Mr. Johnson is such a funny character because he's like very important, but like they are pretty much never gonna need to bring him up again. He's like one of the very few characters that like once he's no longer involved, like nobody has any reason to re-involve him. They just want to let him be. Yeah, let him rest. He's earned it. He's just a normal guy. He didn't want any of this. I gotta write more. I was writing a lot yesterday, but all for the wrong book. I need to finish this with the Quantum Showdown. I need to finally have a Daquan Quantum mech battle fight scene. We've seen the mech suits before, very briefly in a flashback in Void Jumpers 2, but I haven't written a mech fight before. I'm excited. I gotta do it. Mech fight on a floating Golden Gate Bridge? Are you kidding me? Why am I procrastinating this book? Yeah, why? I don't know. I think it's because I'm too enamored with the thought of, like, I'm having too much fun torturing the Paradox Master. I think that's why. And also, like, the lore in Thrones 4 is going crazy, and I'm having a lot of fun with that. That I'm forgetting about, like, the sort of, like, lower stakes, prequel, more grounded sci-fi story that is Extra Quantum Showdown. They give you $150 and $50 Taco Bell coupon. Can it be timed out for 18 seconds? I forget what the rule about timing out is in regards to you having diplomatic immortality. That doesn't count as a ban that would set you free, does it? Because, like, if you're using that as a means to set you free, then the answer is no. It's been so long since the rules were established that I forget what my take on timeouts is. I already have a distrust. Yeah, I always want to know something funny, but coming from you and also it being a preface, I'm a little bit worried. There was no competition. Wait, what? Why are you only just now telling me this? Wait, has this whole thing been predicated on a lie? This is world-shattering to me. You just have a folder of screenshots of bands. I'm still sticking by my diplomatic immortality. That's hilarious, though. The stream has plot twists. The era of who is Gremlin Daily will live forever in my mind as like the weirdest portion of time spent streaming. That part of it. I assume so, with there being a folder of screenshots of all the bands. That's funny. Oh, hey, Rhea. I'm sorry, I just have to do it every time now. So, bye. Exclamation mark, they, them. That's awesome, Mucha River. Thanks for stopping by. I was just checking, too. Guys, the Alola Dex playlist is 10 hours now. Isn't that nuts? I think it's like an average of 40 minutes per video. Novleak is the only good modern twist villains. I think that's true on several levels that I can't get into because of book spoilers. I didn't say anything. You use the Alola Dex to get through a workday? That's so true. What you get? I see tiny number. I found Ninetales last night. Well, Vulpix, and then evolved it into Ninetales. Why is the book art folder locked now? Is it? I need to look into that. Like memes? Question mark? Let's jump the void together. Sora would totally join the Void Jumpers. I know nothing about Kingdom Hearts, but I do know that much. Can't open it? I need to fix that. That's weird. It's on my... Why would it just change, though? Hold on. My drive... Where did I save it again? Is it not here? Wait. What email did I have it in? Is it gone? Is that why it's locked? Because it doesn't exist? No, not... Okay. Book art might be lost media. Hold on. Is the link is in resources, right? Hold on. Resources. All book related key art. Can't access item. I'm literally me. Yeah, no, I'm literally me. The organization that owns this item doesn't allow you to access it. I'm literally me. I'm me. I'm me. What? It might be gone. Yeah, I use that drive all the time. But it's not even like... Wait, but it doesn't even say who actually owns it. Google Doc... Yeah, it's in folders, but... Maybe it's not this account? It's gotta be, though, because I wouldn't use my personal email to share this information. It's just gone. I have to recreate that shit. Yeah, no, it's gone. It's just gone. That is weird. Why would it be gone, though? That's concerning. I don't want to lose anything else. I've got, like, backups on here and shit. Trash is empty. Cloud storage? Isn't the whole thing cloud storage? Big Google stole your art? Yeah, I'm gonna need to recreate that. That sucks. But, like, what happened, though? Because that's, like, very concerning. That, like, a whole folder can just disappear like that. That is really, really odd. It's not in the Nova League drive. No, why would it be? No. That is so weird. Let me make, let me delete this from resources because it's outdated. And then let me write myself a sticky note. Paradox Master style. Oh, hey. Sentient Suspension Bridge. Here. Make and share new book key art folder. Old one exploded. Question mark. And stick that right there. Awesome. Front and center. I will remember to do this. Eventually. That is so weird. I don't like that. Maybe I'll do it somewhere other than Google Drive. I could just spam resources, but that might be annoying. I could create a thread in resources of book art. Originally, the book art chat in the Discord was supposed to be just for me putting book art. So I could just recreate that in essence by there being a thread in resources. So then they're all just right there. Yeah, now it's all book fan art. I created it without thinking that, like, people would even do enough book fan art to require an entire separate chat, and I was wrong. Yo, banger Void Jumpers quote. Pew, 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 pew. Shout out Gigabyte, for real. You must protect those you once deemed unworthy, and in this new life, that is your duty. Au revoir. I have a shiny Beldum named Freaky Ray. Doesn't that suck? Isn't that awful? He's been immortalized. Exclamation mark Freaky, for real. I think the original non-freakified version of that quote is in the random quotes, if I remember correctly. This universe is just as fragile as your mind. I'll break both. And her death is as sure as mine. But first, you must pass my maraca snakes. You will be varnished, and is that the right word? Exercised? Oh. Go, my red-eyed ice head. No! No, Glalie! No, no! Oh my god. I just broke and died. Vanquished? Yeah, I'm not a wood floor. I don't know why I'd be varnished. What? Cove? Cove? The speed with which you said Cove is lying leads me to believe that Cove is telling the truth. I think Cove is being a truth teller right now. This is a lie? Check VC chat? Well, if you tell me to do that, it's going to be deleted before I can look, right? That's just Ganto key art. That's a great gift. They deleted it? Well, yeah. If I had a warning in chat in the form of check this immediately and I was in that situation, I would have deleted it also. That's hilarious. Can I see? Oh, so it does exist. And Cove wasn't lying. That's interesting. Very interesting. Cove is lying? Doesn't seem like it. I've literally never lied, brah. That's my favorite thing that Randy says, is that he's never lied. Because it's so blatantly false. It's really funny. He says it frequently, too. They call me the Mpreg Explorer? I never lie about Mpreg? That's crazy. Oh my god. Like Internet Explorer or Vulpix and Sandshrew, but what if you were shiny? Gaslighting? That's not real. That's not even a real word. You're literally crazy. Don't even know what that means. Sometimes I think about these 3 shinies that I have from, I think it was the future Paradox hunt. No, it was the past Paradox hunt when I was looking for a Roaring Moon. I phased on 3 Gibble. They're all female, and their names are Gaslight, Gatekeep, and Girl Boss. Sometimes I wonder what those Gibble are up to, just chilling in my Pokemon storage. I feel like a shiny Garchomp named Girl Boss just goes crazy. But they're all still Gibble right now. But Girl Boss the shiny Garchomp would go nuts. Yeah, Mega Garchomp. Once home updates, I gotta send the Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss trio into ZA. A Gibble named Gaslight. A Gabite named Gatekeep. And a Garchomp named Girl Boss. I've only ever used Garchomp one time in a playthrough, and it was one of my many replays of Legends Arceus. It was an alpha Garchomp named Groceries. That was a fun playthrough. Had a random shiny Chimecho during that playthrough. I'm sure they'll both be in Pokemon Champions. It's weird we haven't heard any new info about that recently, though. They said it comes out early 2026. I imagine probably at the same time as the home update. I hope there's a single-player infinite battle mode in there and it doesn't have to be online. I think asking for a campaign is too much, but... Battle Tower, please? I don't know if I've heard about that, Signer. I think there's supposed to be a new Mega Dimension trailer this month on the 19th. Ow, my spine just broke. It's gone. My spine is gone. It does not exist anymore. That's crazy. Just like that, huh? That Shrimple. 19th is in 3 days. That's why I decided to upload the ZA video today instead of waiting till next weekend. Is because I realized that, like, some of the things I said about Mega Dimension might be outdated by the time I had it scheduled, so we had a double upload weekend. I think it'll be more Megas, or at least one more Mega, because I don't know how many new ones they're going to add, but depending on how many new ones they're going to add, I wouldn't be surprised if they showed us, like, one. How many batteries do we need? The tree needs 3. It'd be nice to have extras for other things that need batteries in the event of an emergency. Ruby from Fortnite? Is there a Ruby in Fortnite? Anyway, since the coast is clear... I don't think the coast is clear. I can't wait to abandon them in a cardboard box all alone in a Walmart parking lot? What? Oh, that gif is hilarious. I looked into thanks for tipping me Disujuai. I looked into the VC chat to see the anyway, since the coast is clear, go my babies. And then it's yeah, that's hilarious. Why is oh, that's just Cove. I thought there was Cove and also Mom Donnie in the chat. I'm like, wait, there's two? I saw that change happen before my eyes. We can house them. Yeah, the mayor. Cove just becomes him sometimes. Yeah, but I've seen you as JFK enough times where I see JFK and I think Cove instantly. You're like always JFK. That's not very surprising. Covegar? Wait, that goes kind of crazy. Hold on. New canon Gar just dropped. Coming out as JFK today. Oh, that sucks, Surin. Didn't you roll become canon twice? I'm pretty sure, right? Unfortunately, I think you have to be both now. Because Price Crab is referencing your old username. You don't have a canon character referencing your new one. It's only natural. A canon Gar who, for whatever reason, just shapeshifts into JFK a lot. Price Crab and Cove Gar. That goes crazy. Fire emoji react. So Gars are a shape-shifting alien species in Thrones of Time. And all of them are named like a bunch of letters. Any combination of letters followed by Gar. Rogar, Dogar, Sogar, Zygar, Granugar, Froclagar, Eogar, Quogar, Kogar, Vogar. A Gar with a fascination of United States political figures. Hell yeah. Is that a celestial being monkey thinking image? JFK Gar. Oh god, Ganto's in VC? Hi Ganto. I'm threatening Ganto's life in VC chat right now. This stream has gone off the rails. Yeah, every story I ever told is real. And our universe is canon to the Nova Storm Chronicles via the character Mr. Johnson, who was my real actual high school teacher. Which means that everything that exists in our world exists in the Nova Storm because our world exists. Oh, a website that generates your GAR name. Oh yeah, Yowie exists. Exclamation mark Yowie in chat. Meme Gar goes crazy. Yurigar and Yowigar? Wait. Goes kind of hard. Yeah, Gengar. My original OC Gengar. Wait, how is Ganto in VC? How does that work? Gremgar. Whoa. Yeah, Gligar. I can't Ganto enjoy a night out in the VC? Well, because Mamdani's also in the VC. And you're both of these people. Poopgar. Oh man, that would suck to be a Gar named that, and then like maybe you're one of the few Gars that's like tasked to go do like reconnaissance on Earth, and then they slowly realize like, oh no. Oh no. Was the first Gar just named Gar? The first Gar is Sogar. King of the Gars. See, but those aren't letters, is the thing, Cyanar. Har har. Cyanar, how dare you? You were truly sorry, you wouldn't have sent it in the first place. You would have exclamation mark vanished. Okay. That's it. We're in shiny Pokemon range. Let's find a shiny Pokemon. That's crazy, Sriracha. Epic Gar and Awesome Gar. That's so cool. Thanks for the shiny luck, very cool. We got book lore. Guys, who, what, where are we talking about? Vita, the Life Master. she's pretty cool, slightly problematic, but that's we kind of ignore that for the sake of her heroicism. She's in charge of the concept of life across the entire multiverse. She ends up becoming pretty good friends with Ganto, weirdly enough. Completely opposite different like vibes of characters, and yet they end up being really close friends, and I find that really funny, and I have to rush because we got yet another book lore, guys. Where are we talking about? Hells yeah. Guys, this is Pell Ironleaf, main character of Void Jumpers. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on, 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 give me a second.
Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Who is that they, them?
So, yeah, Pell is, the non-binary main character of Void Jumpers, and I love them so much. Probably my favorite character of all time, and I'm a little bit worried that I'm doing, like, favoritism in regards to their story, but I hope not. I look forward to reactions to, Thrones After Time, and that's all that I will say. I love Pell, you guys. Pell is awesome. I love Pell. They're like a generic forest elf from a Lord of the Rings world that gets abducted by aliens and thrown into a Star Wars world, and then they become one of the founding members of the Void Jumpers. Guys, if you don't know how we do here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, we're about to witness Cove become canon a third time. If that actually happens, I'll be pissed the fuck off. Thank fuck. Okay. What does that do? Oh. Guys, 20,000 points worth of who, what, where are we talking about? Whoa. Well, we just saw Vita, Master of Life. This is Morty, Master of Death. I don't know that I can talk about him for 20,000 points worth. He's a way more problematic character. He's not an outright bad guy. He just never wanted to become Master of Death, and he sort of resents the job. But let's see. You get a free reroll for 20,000 points. Who can I talk about for 20,000 points worth? What is up with the themed random rolls right now? Vita and Morty, and then Pell and their mom? Hold on. I'm just kind of like... thematically, what's the thing that makes the most sense for the next roll? Like Paradox Master? Now that's the roll I was hoping for a 20,000 point Cove roll. And now. So this is Ganto, an Ilsian bounty hunter. He's like 3.5 feet tall. Those are antlers that in females of the species, they actually have antenna instead of antlers. Ganto's got a sick as hell jetpack. His favorite hobby is knitting, mostly sweaters that depict his friends, Terry and Vogar. He has an Andromedan rifle that can split into 2 Andromedan pistols. Bounty hunter pirate working for King Vistor, who is somewhat of a father figure to him. Ganto is an incredibly minor character introduced technically in Thrones 2, with a brief cameo in Thrones 1, and then by the time Thrones 3 comes around, he is one of the central cast of main characters. Goes from being a heartless individual to begrudgingly admitting that he does, in fact, have emotions. That's my Ganto. One of my favorite characters of my entire canon. And also, an amazing fact that we confirmed the other day on stream by Command F searching all of the manuscripts is that Ganto has never once canonically said the word hello. Never. Not once has that character said hello. Which is pretty interesting. Guys, if you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward about a find out of Lily Cove just won out big or wasted 20,000 points. Oh, I can't do that. That's not a redeem anymore. You get another free reroll. What does that do? Oh.
Oh my god!
LMAO, whatever. Don't give a fuck. Yeah, what's going on in the VC chat? I just have it open. That's hilarious. I don't know what's going on in there. I just have it open. It's right here. I'm looking at it. Go away, bro. Yeah, I noticed that Lee Harvey Oswald is in the VC. That's really interesting. That's the second 20k nutsack of this stream. Bro's lurking in his own server. Why is Ganto in VC? That's what I'm saying. Oh, Ganto just left. The bullet is in VC? Oh no. We will wax you? What? He's just there sometimes. Nah, this is a normal stream. What are you talking about? It's a very normal, well-adjusted Nova League stream. We're just shiny hunting and nothing else. What was that? What was what? What was what? Low key, we are playing video games. Just gaming and having fun. Not finding shinies, that's for sure. I can't complain though, I'm under odds. JFK, Lee Harvey Oswald, and the Bullet are all in VC right now. I'm a little nervous. Spobgar. Oh. Drive safe, Ruby. You got this. It's not raining over here, I don't think. Cancel, gremlin. What did I do? Now the Bullet is in a separate chat, and Lee Harvey Oswald is also in a separate chat. What if Alolan Sandshrew turned blue today? I think that would be really fun. I think it'd be really cool and epic and awesome if Alolan Sandshrew turned blue today. Oh, I have to wake up early tomorrow, I just now remembered. I have class tomorrow. Frick! Frick! I'm not gonna stream tomorrow, but I definitely will record and I definitely will find a shiny off stream yet again. Check again. What's going on? Oh. VC's oh, JFK is no longer in VC because the bullet did its job. That's crazy. There's like a whole thing happening. PK, why is your name in Discord AZ's absentee father? A totally normal stream is what you tuned in on. We're having a normal time. Yeah, the bullet's still in VC. Shrimp! I saw that! I saw that! Like half a second in VC text, there was a drawing of Ray making out and Celeste just standing in the background. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I know it was there. There's so much they don't show me. Oh man. That's crazy, original meme. The pin is crazy too. Not the first time Cove has acted out the assassination of JFK through VC channels. That's concerning. This was the tip of the iceberg? I'm horrified a little bit. That's like the 4th time? Anyone tries to watch this VOD, it will kill them. At the other scary grabber. Are there multiple scary grabbers in the Nova League Discord? I feel like I should be more directly involved with figuring out what's going on in the Nova League Discord. It's my house. I don't know what's going on in there. Ooh. Did the server name turn purple when I was looking for Glalie? I did not know that. The VOD that assassinates you. You solved the apparent 4 JFK assassinations going on in your Discord. Well, if he's been assassinated that many times, then he's probably fine, right? Check book art, question mark? What? I can't process this information. I cannot process this information. This is not at all what I expected when I started writing. How did we get here? The amount of times you've used this GIF, PK. It's so funny. I just had a horrible thought and I'm not gonna say it. It's their favorite GIF. I was just gonna suggest a draw over of that GIF, but it's so fucked up. And I also can't say because of spoilers what character I was gonna say. Oh, the instantly disintegrate redeem instantly disintegrates me. I die. Yeah, I think via context you can pick up what character I'm thinking. I'm sorry for thinking it, but I did think it. Unfortunately. That would be horrendous. But also, like... Is $1 billion the max amount of points for a redeem? I think you can go higher than that technically, but like no one can ever reach that many points in a lifetime. Out of all your characters, who would get stuck in a glue trap? OAG. Easily OAG. No hesitation, 100% OAG. Oh, that's awesome, Otter Babe. I just want an affordable city, brah. Oh, man. Keenan would avoid a glue trap. I mean, younger Keenan might get stuck in one on purpose for the comedy, but then learn from that experience that it isn't actually as funny as he thought it would be. So Keenan would fall for it once. Keenan would purposely get stuck in a glue trap to test out his brand new machine, the unget stuck from a glue trapifier, and then it wouldn't work. That's like the most in my mind, like, I don't know how many people know this, can tell it, or like remember if I brought it up before, but the character of Keenan Quantum was originally inspired by Flint Lockwood from the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs movie. And so that just feels very on character, to make a machine that gets him unstuck from a glue trap. In fact, he actually made a Flischniffer. Like, in Void Jumpers 2, there's a direct reference to the fact, or even in Void Jumpers 1, Daquan's like, you basically solved food production. And then in Void Jumpers 2, Keenan makes, like, the food printer. And, like, there's a direct reference to Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs in Void Jumpers 2, where Keenan's like, yeah, if every story ever told is real, then this technology is possible. And then he just did it. I forgot that I ever said that, Cove. I saw a comment that I can't stop thinking about. You know that part with Drampa in ZA when Vinny goes like that and then the Megastone activates? I saw someone refer to that as Biden Blast. And like, yeah. Check your DMs. Hold on. I need to. Hold on. I need to screenshot this. Oh wait, no. This is so. I don't know why this is so funny to me. Give me a second. Guys, look at my... Hold on. Big things are happening. Big things are happening, you guys. Big things are happening. The Nova League is getting into government. This is such a funny... Yeah, let me put that right up here. Anything but shiny hunting. Okay, what have you sent me? Have VC chat open? Oh, it's been open. Why is Skyfish Jack saying congrats, it's a boy? Oh, Joe Biden in the everywhere. Welcome in. We're having a totally normal stream right now. Wait, is your name Zoppy? Is your name pronounced the way that I thought Zoppy's name was pronounced this entire time? That's crazy. In Mom Tommy's New York, shiny hunting is mandatory. That's crazy. Can Randy be excluded from the government? I'm scared. You know what's crazy is that he originally wanted to go to school for political science. Yeah, he was really interested in it. Okay, Mr. Mayor. That's so funny. Randy for president. Hell yeah. Yeah, every time I roll the dice, when people redeem a random reward, if it's a 20, they become canon, and I have to include them in one of my books somehow. This is a Freaky Ray level of stream. What? Oh my god. Oh, VC chat is going kind of nutty mode. I'm looking at it more than Twitch chat. My attention is very split right now. Would you ever consider putting Awesome Gar and Epic Gar in Amalga? Awesome Gar and Epic Gar, more like Eogar and Quogar. Only Thrones After Time knowers understand this reference, which there are 0 of, so nobody understands this reference, and I don't know why I'm saying it. The gas leak is occurring. When isn't there a gas leak? Rare it is the case that there is a day on the Nova League Discord where there is no gas leak. Every once in a while, there's a quiet, tranquil day in the Nova League Discord. Once in a blue moon. Rarer than a shiny. I forgot about the live Daru reaction, Paradine and sloppy makeout image. Didn't that end up on the... Wasn't that... Hold on, isn't that part of the Stantler layout? Wait, give me a second. Am I remembering correctly that that was on the Stantler layout? I think it was, right? Do I have that on a shirt somewhere? It was? Where's the Stantler layout? Oh my god. Save image. Desktop. We're gonna do some detective work. Okay, so here's the Stantler layout. Yeah, there it is. Live Daru reaction, Paradine and sloppy makeout image. Which means that this is on a shirt somewhere. Isn't that unfortunate? Oh, and by somewhere I mean in my home I own it.
You know, I'm something of a
Stantler
myself.
So that's fun. How did I get here? Is that Kermit the Frog dressed as the Paradox Master? When did that happen? We got hat time. I saw the C and I thought you won for a second. I am on a winning streak. I cannot be stopped. I cannot be stopped. I'm winning. I am always winning. Cacnea. I like this hat. You guys are over odds. I think. I think you guys are over odds. If anyone here doesn't know what's going on, because I feel like there are more new people coming around stream lately because of there being a new Pokemon game. This is the hat that everybody actually wants from Hat Time. This is the only hat anybody actually cares about when it comes to Hat Time. And we haven't rolled it in a really long time. Thank goodness. House MD diagnoses all of chat. You hate fun and also whimsy? No, it's that hat has appeared way too often. Okay? It loses its specialness if it's always on screen, you know? That would be a fun one to get. Although the more hats that I get, the more rare the one people care about becomes, which I guess is a good thing. You don't want to look in VC? I've been looking in it. Some of these I've seen before, like the Ray with a dress. And the Paradox Master with a dress. That's awesome. Yeah, I've always liked Ganto's, like the whole species, all the Ilsians, I've always really liked their design. It's interesting to me what sort of aspects about the books convince each person to read them. Because it's something different for everybody, and it's very interesting to me. So when's Pell with a dress? That's a good question. We've seen Ray, we've seen the Paradox Master. We haven't seen Keenan, I don't think. Calathorn's just got that already. PK, that image is so good. Ganto with a dress? One that he knitted for himself, too. Calathorn in a suit would go crazy. I feel like only on a few occasions have we seen, unnamed for spoilers, Thrones of Time Ghost Woman depicted, in a suit, which is something that character has done before. I didn't even draw her like that, which I probably should have. That's how she looked most of the time, actually. Chat name is called New York City? How did that happen? That's crazy original meme. What fast food chain do you think is the best fries? Recently, I had fries from... God, where was it? I think Wingstop, and I was very surprised. I don't often have Wingstop. I think I've only had it like 3 times. The last time we had it, there were fries, and I was like, why are these fries so... They were like very salty, but that's how I like fries. Wingstop has shit fries, are you okay? Well, maybe the Wingstop near me had like goated fries for no reason. I'm glad to see some consensus in chat, though. Although, to be fair, I do prefer salty fries, so that's probably why. They're like sugar noodles? Wait, what? They put sugar on their fries? Do they? I didn't taste that. It's the kettle corn of fries. Interesting. I love kettle corn. Yeah, I feel like McDonald's fries used to be good, but every time I have McDonald's, which is never, but like every once in a while, I'm like, yeah, McDonald's fries, those are good, right? And I always forget that they haven't been for years. Whoa, mama. Yeah, I've seen that before. I think PK's posted that before. You'll need to relax. Yeah, come on, guys. It's just Celeste. Oh, yeah. This image is good. Bagel and coffee. Why is there a homunculus in the kitchen? Celeste? Hashtag need that? Crazy. Hashtag we need that? That's crazy. Alathorn and Pell.
Oh my goodness!
The Mom Donnie notification is still there!
My lord! Who is that? They, them!
Oh my god! He's ever present. Oh my goodness. He approves this message. He just wants an affordable city, brah. Just lock removal soft resets. Actually, I think Lunala and Solgaleo are runaways, actually, right? I think. Yeah, Necrozma will just be a soft reset. Block removal. Need to show this stream to Mom Donnie. He's already watching. He's been in chat the whole time. He knows what's up. Definitely a league head. That's a good Paradox Master Keenan art right there. Big Head Ganto? I need to stop looking at the VC chat because I just keep saying things out of context that people that are only watching the stream have no reference for. Best shiny starter, I'm 100% biased towards Rowlet. PK, I'm genuinely impressed with your ability to have a celestial being display emotion despite the fact that they have no face. Like, using the ends of the spiral galaxy as eyebrows is genius. VC chat is full of book art right now, yeah. Is that the triangle fire with Skyfish Jack? Mudkip's a pretty good one too, yeah. Can't really go wrong with any of the Hoenn starters. I think the Blaziken shiny line is like an acquired taste, but it's not necessarily bad. Is that Skyfish Jack in a... That's crazy. Exclamation mark Discord in chat should link straight to the Discord. Guys, we got book lore. Who, what, where are we talking about? We literally just talked about Pell. That's crazy. Free reroll. Who or where are we talking about? Oh, Multiverse Rumble. This is a game that I made senior year of high school, including a bunch of characters from books and other games that I was working on at the time or had worked on throughout high school. And a lot of these characters will look very familiar as part of the cast of Void Jumpers, but this was actually the first time that these characters interacted before Void Jumpers. That includes the Paradox Master, Owag, Soap the Bubble, Rando, Keenan, Mr. Johnson. All of them were completely unrelated characters by the time that this was made, and eventually did cross over in Void Jumpers. So this is like proto Void Jumpers. I love pixel art Ganto down there. I'm really happy with how I did the pixel art for all of these. You can kind of tell by the way the Paradox Master and Vax are posed that like they had like points of articulation, similar to how I animated the pixel art for the Nova League sprites. But yeah, that is the Shadow the Hedgehog equivalent to Soap. That's Dark Soap. You got Random Corner there. You got a Nightshade Walker, Joe Wizard, Mary Destiny, Prince Pirate. Is Ned Knight not on the poster? Oh, I'm sorry, Ned Knight. Amber Velo from Suicune Showdown is there alongside Keenan Quantum, pre-Void Jumpers Keenan Quantum. The only reason why Gigabyte the Shardigrade gets attached to Mr. Johnson in the Void Jumpers book is because Mr. Johnson had a tiny little Shardigrade as part of his moveset in Multiverse Rumble. But yeah, that's a cool book lore thing. I feel like we rarely see that one. We did roll it like somewhat recently, like a few streams ago, but it doesn't happen very often. Shadow the Hedgehog? I mean, it was a playable game. Like, it was a Smash Bros. Ripoff. It worked. It had multiplayer locally with multiple controllers plugged in. I played it throughout high school. I lost it on my old laptop, and I can't build a workable version of it again because my old laptop is, like, decaying. So it's lost media, unfortunately. Yeah, Rando's side special was practically Steve Minecraft's minecart before Steve Minecraft's minecart existed. So I made it in 2019. Who had the craziest combos? I think Owag. Owag had, no, not the craziest combos. Owag had the craziest schmovement. Because, like, he had the most jumps. He shot underneath him to launch him and would, like, do front flips and shoot all around to change his location. And then he could drop an egg bomb and it would blow up under him and launch him even further. And he was really tiny and fast and go all over the map like crazy. You could wave dash with Owag. I love that image of time with the beer and the remote. It's so good. It's so good. It's so real, too. That's the plot of Thrones of Time right there. I hate that Flash 5. Relearn coding? It's so hard. I don't know how I did that shit. Oh, Sopal art. Keenan had a pretty crazy move. He would like summon a tree out of the ground and then kick it over, and the tree's hitbox was absurd, and it would launch you very far. It was like an insane edge guarding tool, because if the tree fell all the way over, it like clipped over the edge a little bit, and so if you wanted to get back up to the ledge, Keenan would just need to stand there and kick a tree over, and instead of grabbing the ledge, you would like touch the end of a tree hitbox that would launch you at like Mach 12 into the lower blast zone. This game was not balanced in any way. It wasn't even the game I had made for competition. It was just something I did for fun on the side. Got another notification from Mom Donnie. That's a good one. Can't say it though, spoilers. I think this is the Ace Academy tournament. I can't hear very well. I can't hear the music as well as you guys can. But I think it's the Ace Academy tournament for Scarlet and Violet. In the party and party platformer for sure. I think I would like to find a shiny Pokemon. I think it's about that time where that can happen. Oh, that's a great message from... What? I don't like VC chat. Oh my god, the VC chat is going... There's just so many images being sent. The broken universe needs fixing. Amen. That's awesome, Schmoopy. Surely it will work. So far it hasn't. Well, put in the fun and no refunds. Damn, you said something about the broken universe, and now I'm thinking about Thrones 5 again, and I can't go off on another Thrones 5 tangent. I can't think about this or say it on stream. It's all just so spoilery. Oh god, not the Ray Click poster. Why is VC chat just freaky Ray pilled right now? Are you greedy? I can find a shiny Pokemon. I can find it. Galmize was over odds. Vulpix was over odds. I think Sandshrew is allowed to be under odds as a treat. Alright, I will be right back briefly. In the meantime, we've pretty much seen everything, so I guess Void Jumpers trailer, I will return briefly.
I am Pel Ironleaf,
and the realm of Eldaria is my home. Though home is a place now unfamiliar, my story ended before it could even begin. Now, by some twist of fate, my story's end has become another beginning.
Every story ever told is real, and I know when mine is being told. Like right now, this is a book ad, I think. Did I ruin the vibe?
That insect is the harbinger of chaos. He flaps his space blue wings and with one movement changes the course of countless stories.
Some call him fate or destiny. More commonly, coincidence, karma, chaos, Kaglos.
Every choice has led us here. We can't win.
But why? What's the one thing that always brings us back here?
Keenan, it's them.
Someone's behind all this.
Ain't no way the harvesters are working alone.
I want to do something important.
Save us.
You and I are the same. We want to bring peace to the multiverse.
I'm glad I could share the page with you in whatever weird bunch of universes ends up telling your story.
That is the unfortunate end to walking a dark path without a friend to carry the light. One can get so used to the darkness that any light they see is blinding.
Every story ever told is real.
Very normal stream today, and the VC chat is being very normal. We're having a normal one today, you guys, and obviously, you know what that means. Normal streams summon shiny Pokemon. That's how it works. That's the... He opened the door. He knows how to open doors. He knows how to open doors. Batteries. For the Christmas tree.
May I turn it on?
Yes. Guys, it's Chicha. They're being so normal.
New York City? You were there. Oh, guys, what's going on in New York City?
They're having fun in the voice chat.
Zoran Mamdani?
Yeah, he's
mayoral elect for New York City?
Yeah, he said what did he say? He said
He better say fast and free buses.
He said we need to fix the broken universe. The broken universe needs fixing.
Hey, he's right about that.
He's right, yeah.
He's right about that.
Hi Ruby, I need your help. Do you like M-Frank?
No.
Oh, that's Constance showering. I forgot about that image.
Not particularly.
Paradox Master in a dress.
I'm not an M-Preg fan. I am a fan of Yaoi and Yuri.
Mm-hmm. Do you like affordable cities?
Yes, I do, in fact. I would love a more affordable city.
Chicha actually hates affordability. It's actually a big problem. She's a capitalist.
I don't want that tax on the 1%, because guess what? I'm the 1% bitch. Do not tax me, because I will be the next CEO of Quiznos. I will retake it.
She's
Yes.
really obsessed with Quiznos.
Yeah, she's really obsessed with Quiznos.
She's just a capitalist, unfortunately. That's just part of her lore.
She keeps asking me for $12.
Yeah. Well, it's 13 now.
It's 13. She's up to it.
Yeah, she keeps asking for $13.
This is so freaked.
I completely forgot about this image.
I was looking at the comment up there. Well, Mondani, she sounds like Chicha. She doesn't sound like Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah, Chicha's her own.
Chicha doesn't have allegations against her.
This is crazy.
Dude, that is crazy. I do love that.
Fire emoji react.
Fire emoji react.
Plasma emoji react.
Plasma emoji react. Anyways, I'm gonna take Chicha because even though she is a capitalist, she does depend on me to give her food and water, so
That's
I'm gonna
true.
go do that. Send us money. Please. I need it. I'm being holded.
She's so little. Hi, Chicha.
Okay. Alrighty. I'm gonna go play my video games over there.
Hooray.
Everyone go play your video games.
Everyone play your video games.
Bye.
Oh my god. Let's find a shiny Pokemon. We gotta end this stream somewhat reasonably soon. Probably within the next hour now. Hold her like a prized fish. She's pretty much a fish. Showing off Chicha like an unregistered firearm. Ooh, type Nullsoft resets. That's exciting. I can't wait to get around to that. Can you end stream? I got lightheaded. Why would I end stream and I can just do this? Does that help, Rhea? Does that help? Didn't help, by the way. Everything happens so much. Why are they counting stars in VC? I need to ignore VC chat. It's distracting me. Every story never heard is fake. Can we wax him? That's crazy. Yeah, let's definitely not find a shiny while someone could possibly miss it. Wink, wink. Yeah, you know, Keenan used to have a monocle as part of his character design, and I eventually removed it just because of how impractical it would be for all the stuff that he gets up to, but... Would have been funny if he kept it, maybe. You cast Absol? That's like the one phase I wouldn't be mad about. Though I would love to find a target while streaming, because I haven't found an Alola target while streaming in a while. Be a shame to use up all of our stream luck today on a phase that wouldn't even make it into the final Alola compilation. Good luck on Fennekin, that's a fun one. I don't know about that, PK. I've heard that it's just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, he probably just lost his monocle and gave up trying to make it work. You promise you're far more normal? Guys, the less normal you become, the more like the more spoilery random bits of torture I will read out.
But they gave Shadow the Hedgehog Tim's.
They gave Shadow the Hedgehog Tim's?
Yeah.
In what?
Sega's collaborating with Timberland, the brand that makes Tim's.
They gave Shadow the Hedgehog Tim's, like, canonically.
Yeah. They like drew art. There's official Shadow the Hedgehog art.
I gotta see that.
It's on my Instagram.
Hold on, I gotta make sure there's no identifying information.
Guys, he's wearing Tim's.
This is real.
I think he out of the 3 main hedgehogs, Sonic, Shadow, Silver, Shadow would be the one to have Tim's.
Yeah.
That I do feel that in my heart. He does love Latinas, and he does wear Tim's. You know, that's not anything new. We've been knowing this. And if you don't know this, then another Shadow the Hedgehog Tim's.
That's crazy.
You can get a shirt with Shadow the Hedgehog wearing Tim's.
That's crazy.
This is crazy. Anyways, I think it's live. Anyways, you guys should draw Thrones of Time characters wearing Tim's.
Which one would be the funniest or make most sense?
Conchna.
Oh yeah, with his boots.
His Gucci boots.
Yeah.
Or, Kogar.
Oh, Kogar in his human form.
Kogar in his human form.
Yeah.
Like, dude, have you guys heard of these these shoes?
That's amazing. Chicha Vulpix in art moment. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Chicha Vulpix.
This is just like when I found my shiny Vulpix for Halloween that one time.
Oh my goodness. Chicha Vulpix, you guys.
Chicha Vulpix.
Guys, Chicha Vulpix.
Dude, me and my Vulpix is lounging on my...
Chicha Vulpix.
I just need to let you know that Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Enjoy your time in here.
I will. Chicha Vulpix. Right under the Mom Donnie notification. That's crazy. Alright, now we need to find a shiny. Yeah, this will summon a shiny. There's kind of a war on the layout between people that want Vulpix and people that want Sandshrew. Who's gonna shine? We'll get a shiny tonight, that's the rules, but who's it gonna be? Chicha, quit opening the door and then immediately leaving like you just did, requiring me to close it again. Will not Donnie endorse Sandshrew or Vulpix? How will I make New York more affordable? Well, if you take my writing as any indication, it's going to become a lot less affordable, or more affordable, I guess, depending on how you view it being destroyed. I guess that could go either way. I think Old York is probably very affordable, considering Vax can afford to stay in an apartment without parents, even after being fired. Pretty good apartment too. Really high up balcony that is totally safe. And a view of the city. So I imagine Old York is fairly affordable. That's Mom Daddy's New York. He's still the mayor in 3047 or whenever that is. I actually forget the exact timeline. What? What did I say? I didn't say anything. Yeah, I hope she can see the stars, and I hope it's not too cold. Can she count them? I mean, there's not that many, so probably, yeah. Happy day 155. I swear day 152 was like 8 days ago. I don't... Unless the passage of time is just completely messed up in my head. That feels wrong. Is that just the link to Counting Stars? It's odd to go. Thanks for stopping by. Done a lot of encounters today now that I think about it. Pretty good progress. Can you torture the people with knowledge? Let's see if I can find something from Thrones 4. It's so easy to torture with something from Thrones 5, but let's go more immediate. Something that's coming out way sooner than that. And by way sooner, I still mean like, what, 2028? We've got a ways to go. Let's see if there's something I can say out of context here. Life grew unaided in all realities, including the world between all other worlds. The Nova Storm flourished with evolution, simple life forms birth of plasma clouds, time jellies, and soon arose their predators, Lamna Grata. And universes grown in the storm, humans would eventually rise on infinite Earths and Elderias, Idrisils and Lattiluses, Ilsians evolved on Ilsoses, their eternal rivals, Lyrinians on Lorons, Sirens on many Marinas, and life created life, Gars, Scorelions, Sirens, Harvesters. And death reigned over all life, new and ancient. It's a fun little paragraph. What else is there? What else is there? What else can I say out of context? There's not much. A lot of this has too much context. It's very difficult to do. Why did you say that? Being a knower. I'm trying to find ways to torture knowers that makes no sense for those that don't know, so that it isn't a blatant spoiler. But it's very difficult to do. Thanks for the follow, very cool. Man, there's like nothing. There's nothing I can say here. This should be a testament to, like, despite the fact that I say a lot that seems very spoilery, I have my limits. Ganto didn't recognize the face of the attacker. He was only a young man, brown hair and unremarkable face with blue eyes, horrified eyes. Fear flashed in the man's face. How did he have plasma powers? Ganto leaned back, thoroughly confused. You're just a guy? Who are you? Just tell us the whole thing. I won't tell, I promise. Star, oh shit, this looks bad. Are you okay? By the order of the Paradox Master, cease your attack at once. State your business. Oh, you know what? I know what I can look. I know what I could say out of context. I think I might have already brought it up before. Hold on. I think about this chapter frequently. No, there's too much context here. I sought a path of redemption. I assumed the mantle. He paused. After you. After me. There is no after me. What happened? Ravens searched up Nova League and was decided to show up, then this did. Yeah, I wonder, does... I think I have Nova League in, like, my bio and stuff. I never thought about people searching on Twitch instead of, like, using, like, the links and stuff. I should probably make it easier to find. That's hilarious, right? Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh my goodness! Oh my lord! Who is that they, them?
God, I wish I could read this, but I can't. It's never mind. I forgot how spoilery it was. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about him every time you use that box. Even if you are somehow redeemed, never let go of what you did. Are you playing ZA again? I'm looking for Alpha Skrelp. I probably will be recording most of that instead of streaming. I want to get an Alola target on stream. So Alpha Skrelp is like the only thing I have planned before the DLC comes out. And then for the DLC, I want to do like a full shiny team. And then once home updates, I can start my dream team for ZA. Heart of a Siren, Protector of Life, Master of Death. The gods of the originals are upheld in history as benevolent and powerful beings, but that is because of their existence purely as historical figures. Our contemporary world is not one made for the beings that started and ended the first ever war. I gotta write more of this. So she doesn't exist. Which then of course begs the question, how are we detecting the presence of something that does not exist? No, I got class tomorrow. I guess I could write there, but I got stuff I gotta do. I gotta write, like, essays, like things that I gotta get a grade on. Granted, one of the things I am being graded on is writing more Exquisite Quantum Showdown, so I could write more of that. I need you to chill the freak out right now, dog. That why you're talking so serious? Not used to this. Yeah, maybe, dude. This is important. You're threatening you? Steven stared. That's not... Are they gonna be okay? Leisha asked. Probably not, Rando said bluntly. Velo punched him in the shoulder just as Dr. K swatted at his snout. Ow! Just send us the whole script right now in book phrase. We won't tell, I promise. They concentrated hard, looking beyond the immediately obvious, searching deep into the nothingness, washed over with the green through the eyes of the mask. Hell could see the entire multiverse at once, all everythings. They needed to see through it. They needed to see what was hiding in the nothing between. They could see Kaglos, his abandoned threads, worlds with stories he grew bored of, plots he changed his mind on, den-dead choices, countless stories untold. Pell could see the undone flashing before their eyes. It made sense. In a true plane of nothing, of undones, what else could possibly populate their vision than the altered histories of Kaglos, a being who spread his influence across billions of years? I'm really excited for Crymoria. That's something I want to get into a lot. I'm just like scrolling through this. I'm getting way too distracted. I shouldn't be looking at all this. Art moment again? That's a good reason for me to close the... Oh my goodness! Chicha Vulpix and Chicha Sandshrew? This is crazy. That's crazy. That's nuts. Did it eat a bee? Why doesn't the big Owagling eat the other Owagling? Is it stupid? Chicha Shrew is so epic. I had to name the file so it didn't like overwrite something else. And I named it Shrucha. I would like a shiny Pokemon tonight. That would be cool. That would be pretty sick. I'm going to get an ETA on when stream should end from Ruby. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be going tonight. I don't know how many more chances we have at a shiny tonight. Glalie? No! Guys, trust me, you want me to find a target tonight because we haven't had a shiny Alola target on stream in a long time. And if I find a phase tonight, this layout and this stream will not be immortalized in the final Alola compilation. The only way that this layout will be in the final Alola compilation, because I'm not including any of the phases in that final big movie, is if we get a target right now. Trust me, you want it to be a target. It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. It will be a shrew. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a shrew moment. Thanks for the shiny luck. We got a 65% chance due to Magnet Pull. We've already phased one time in that game. I'm feeling it. Delmise is over odds. Vulpix is over odds. It's only natural. Why'd I press the home button? I did not mean to press the home button. It's Sandshrews' turn, for real. Freaking love Mantine. I will, when I get around to the Mantine hunt, I will stream that because it'll be SOS. And that's an honorary one, so unlike the other bonus ones that won't make it in the final compilation, Mantine will. At the very least, we got that to look forward to. It's going to be a fun stream. I imagine people will be spamming Mantine bells the entire time. Your Alolan Vulpix senses are tingling? Uh-oh. We want to see Sandshrew tonight. There is a bit of a war on the layout. You passed the select to me, thank you. That's true. There is ice type Yowie going on as well. So like, is it a war? Who's to say? I don't think so. I haven't counted though. Are there more shrews or foxes? I don't know. Who's winning on the layout? Guys, if you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, this is a D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward. If I find out if Star Shrimp is 1-0 big or wasted 20,000 points. That felt like a good roll. Are you... What? Really? Okay. That's kind of funny, timing-wise. Freaking love Mantine, I guess. Thanks for the shiny luck. Very cool. Two of them. Back-to-back Mantines. Nine Vulpix and 7 Shrew. I need to see Shrew. I need to see Shrew numbers. Shrew stocks. Shrew stocks need to go up. Shrew stocks must rise. Oh my god. Oh, the Vulpix behind chat? Are there 10 foxes and 7 shrews? You heard the man raise the Shrocks. That's crazy. Okay, 9:30 seems to be our end goal for stream. We've got some time, but not all the time in the world. Let's get a shiny Pokemon. I believe. I believe in shiny Pokemon. Shiny Pokemon are real. We can find one tonight. In the next, what, 40 minutes? Chat, we need more Squallions. Shiny Pokemon is a hoax perpetrated by small Nintendo. This is so true. Come on. Show me a shiny Pokemon. I know I'm nowhere near odds, but like, over odds Dhelmise, over odds Vulpix. I am also over odds for Skrelp and ZA right now. So... surely, it wouldn't be insane to expect that I could maybe, perchance, find a shiny Pokemon today. Have fun mummifying original meme. Gremlin Casino stream when? I'm not gambling, I'm just... Well, see, but gambling is with money. But shiny hunting is with time. And I know they say time is money. But, like, is it, though? I don't think so. I can't go into a corner store and get a coffee and pay it with 5 minutes. So I disagree with this fundamental. I didn't know Time had a job. Yeah, Time Master. Do you think she gets paid? Hell no. Yeah, Paradox Master becomes the Paradox Master. He's like, so like, what's the going rate? What are the benefits? It's like, well, immortality. No money. No, no money. Yeah, if you ever wonder where he gets his income from, he steals. He goes to different universes. He pays with alternate universe money. He also just like hacks bank accounts sometimes. And so like none of the money in his account is real, but he spends it like it is. But that's only like in the broken universe. The card doesn't work outside. So he uses cash that he steals from other universes. No, he did not steal that leather jacket. It was gifted to him. He did technically steal his shirt though. And in a way, he did steal that necklace as well. If you really think about it. In a certain sense. Do you like Takis? Probably. I don't think he'd be opposed. Time doesn't really suffer all that much. She's honestly pretty chill. But, like, in a way that she definitely shouldn't be. I feel like Celeste is taking the brunt of all, like, the mental torture that Time should have. But Time's just kind of like, it will all work out, my son. Do not worry. It is going to be okay. And then Celeste's like, no, it's not! It can't be! Yeah, it's only gonna be okay because everybody else is gonna do the work for you. Hold on, there's like a line in 5 Years Gone. Where is it? Where is it? Am I losing my mind? Where is it? I might be insane. Never mind, I guess. I thought there was a line that perfectly illustrated this that I literally just wrote, but I cannot find it. Yeah, I can't find it. I might be insane. That's crazy. Oh well, I simply forgore, I guess. Book lore. Do you have a shiny? Yes? No? Guys, who are we talking about? Joseph Wizard! Why do you keep being rolled? Why is Joe Wizard suddenly incredibly common? What else can I say about him? He's a very simple character. Is there anything I haven't said about Joe Wizard before? He's like in his early 20s, except like a year in Joe Wizard's world is like exactly 500 days. So I don't know how old that actually makes him. I also don't know how long the days are. So I don't know if that just works out to be like 1-to-1. He is implied directly to be an alternate universe counterpart of Keen and Quantum. I don't know if there's anything else I can think of that I haven't said before. Oh my god. No! No, whoa, Glalie be upon thee! No! I don't want Glalie! You don't want me to find Glalie! You want this stream to be immortalized with a shiny target. Otherwise, what was all this layout for? Yeah, the entire Joe Wizard crew are alternate counterparts to the entire Suzukanum Showdown crew. Your son, Professor Oak, right now? That's fun. Double Glalie, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me, Double Glalie. How dare you? How absolutely dare you? Stay far, far away from me. No, layout does not carry over to the next phase. Although that round as hell Sandshrew I might keep on the layout because I'm obsessed with it. Thanks for the follow, very cool. How many times has it been Mpreg moment in this stream? 3? Or is this the 4th time? Six hours, 11 minutes, and 50 seconds. Oh my goodness. Shrew art. The Shrew army expands. He's laying down. Oh, this is perfect. It fits right here. Yes. Good. Very good. Real igloo moments. Loafing Shrew. And he's so blue. The only phase I'd be okay with now is Absol, but it would be a tad annoying for it to happen during this stream. Yeah, not only does the layout not carry over to the next phase, it also doesn't carry over to the next stream. Sandshrew should take inspiration from Sonic the Hedgehog because he's also cool in blue. That's true. And he does do a silly little spin as well. What do you mean by this, BK? Oh, the layout became cluttered, yeah. Forgot about the crab. Crab cameo. Crab Mio. Show me a shiny Pokemon. Show me a shiny Pokemon. Oh my god. Ow. I'm falling apart, you guys. My bones are deteriorating. They're turning into dust. Call me the Paradox Master, the way my bones are cracking. Call me the Paradox Master, the way hairline fractures are spreading and fires bursting from them as the flesh is ripped off my arms. Call me the Paradox Master the way my spine is gone. Stop! Call me the Paradox Master the way my memory not too good. Call me the Paradox Master the way I spend most of my days sitting in a chair doing nothing of note. Maybe that's why his back hurts so much. His throne is made out of, like, just rubble, too. That can't be comfortable. That cannot be comfortable. He sits on a throne of rubble. Stone, brick, exposed, like, what's the rebar? He does also sit really bad, yeah. What posture category? Bisexual or ADHD? I don't know the different postures off the dome. Let's do a book lore and it'll just be the Paradox Master and that'll be a good reference image. Okay, but like imagine though. Imagine if all my shiny luck was channeled into just summoning the Paradox Master book art. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Why am I doing this instead of shiny hunting? This is just a different kind of shiny. Why am I getting all the interesting book redeems when I'm not actually using a book redeem? Where are any of these book redeems when it actually matters? This is just a different type of shiny hunting now. It's like a 1 in 80 chance, or something like that. Yeah, we're paradox hunting. I want to say something so bad. I want to say something so bad and I can't, but if you know, you know. Okay, we got book lore. Let's do it for real this time, guys. Where are we talking about? Terry! We've talked about you a lot. Let's see if we get something interesting here and actually talk about it. Not to call Terry uninteresting. Oh, Miser! I feel like we never talk about Miser. So he's part of the Andromedan government and he was in charge of Galactic Jail. And then he lost it. Galactic Jail's an entire planet. And he lost it. Also, he has a loving husband named Natus and a daughter named Jane. Jane Karina Miser. Yeah, he just lost the planet. He lost it. As you do. To be fair, it wasn't his fault. It was stolen. How could you possibly expect for a planet to be stolen? You can't really plan for that sort of thing. So, like, the whole, like, government is like, dude, how do you lose the planet you're in charge of? And he's like, I literally don't know, and if you were in the same position, you also won't know. This can't possibly be my fault. The rest of the Andromedan government, like, hates his ass, though. Let's do a little bit more paradox hunting. Okay. Not quite. Okay, all right. We're getting tangential. You again. All right, okay. We're getting some throne stuff. That's a Triceratops. Huh. I think maybe it didn't like that. Let's give it a little bit of a break. Let's do an encounter. And then let's do another encounter. That's a boat. Vax. Hello, Vax. I love Vax. The original drawing of Ray, right after Vax, is kind of crazy. Okay, alright, the ELF. That's cool. Andromatron. Speaking of Miser. This is just shiny hunting. Terry again? We're just shiny hunting, you guys. How? We've like never seen that before, and now it's shown up like 3 times. There he is! Oh my god! This is just like finding a shiny! Okay, so what posture is that? Bisexual or ADHD? Full odds Paradox Master. Yeah, that can't be comfortable. At all. That sucks. Those armrests are like perfect, like straight edges, which gotta hurt. I like the Paradox Master, you guys. ADHD, you sit upside down. That's true. I don't think he ever does that. But he do be leaning back a lot most of the time. He's very chillaxed in there. But yeah, all those bones gotta be hurting real bad. Alright, now back to the real shiny hunting. Bro, this whole book is named after this lady and her chairs. Why does she have such bad chairs? What's really funny is that like Life and Death thrones aren't even chairs. Really. Like really the only chairs are like Times and Celeste's, but like Times is like this intricate gilded throne with like velvet cushions, and then Celeste's throne is just some rocks on fire. The only other throne that's very clearly a throne is the empty throne. No one sits in that. We need to get better thrones, man. Hey, that's exactly the motivation of at least 5 other characters. Why is it that, like, during shiny hunting for the Paradox Master image, I saw some stuff that we've, like, never seen in book lore before? Why is the book lore luck always just, like, Joe Wizard and the Everywhere and that's it? Why is all the interesting stuff hidden behind, messing around and not actually looking for something? Oh yeah, and the robot from EQS. Funny juice? I guess so. Yeah, I could totally find a shiny thing. Oh my god, we're down to the like last 20 minutes of stream. Potentially. No!
Are you okay? Did you phase?
Yeah, that's shiny Glalie.
Oh, they didn't sleep? Oh, they didn't sleep. You need some chocolate to cope.
I wanted to get a target tonight so bad so this layout could be immortalized in the final comp. We haven't found an Alola Shiny on stream since August 10th. Why has it got to be a phase? That means that the next target I find is going to be off stream. You guys know this, right? Stream was going to end in 20 minutes too. I knew I wasn't going to come out of this Glalie list. Also, it's in Ultra Sun again, where the Vulpix was from. So, this sucks. This sucks, you guys.
You can always run.
No, I'm not going to run. I don't even have quick balls on this. Fine, whatever.
Will you be okay?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Go, my dusk ball.
This. I got spooked. A phase. Hooray! A phase. This is what we all wanted.
I don't want it. Dude, it could have been Absol. I would have taken another Sneasel even. This is insulting. This is literally, this was, I think the last image that was sent was literally this. Hold on. Do you understand, Waddle Dude, that you have forsaken me?
Oh my god.
You have forsaken me. This was sent not even like
That's 30 minutes.
30 minutes ago.
I'm gonna make a dramatic exit. Ooh. Hooray, but also I'm sorry.
Oh boy, Glalie's data will be added to the Pokedex. Hooray! I'm guessing quirked up. No nickname, because it doesn't deserve it. Why am I going to the Pokepelago? I'm guessing quirked up. It's mild. Shout out Absolblog's Pokemon. Okay, let's send it out. Same chance as Sandshrew and Vulpix, by the way. I mean, same chance as Vulpix, not Sandshrew. I'm doing Magnet Pull. All right, we've got a regular Glalie for comparison and a shiny Glalie. Wow, so cool. So good and interesting. Okay, for real though, I didn't realize that the black part got darker in the shiny. That's kind of neat. And the ice is a little bit different, and obviously the eyes are cool. But also, I don't care. Yeah, rarer than Sandshrew, and also the last shiny I found was on this cartridge. So Ultra Moon is kind of behind a little bit. Well. Well. All right. Well, let's see here. Got an under odds phase. Hooray! Total full odds shinies. 92. Ultra Sun. 94. Total shinies caught. 169. Total full odds encounters. 348039 plus 1676 brings the total to 349,715. divided by 92 means my average is 3,801. Total encounters 375,235 plus 1676. 376,911. Phases page. Let's see. Glalie. I gotta draw this stupid thing. Let's see here. Marking pink for Ultra Sun. Put you in phase box 3. And I gotta draw this thing. Okay, fine. That's good enough. Alright, that was 1,676 random encounters. November 16th, 2025. Hooray! Wow, so cool. Wow. So awesome. You get, wow, that's so, wow. Wow, how wonderful. So amazing. We still have 10 minutes left of the stream. Anything could happen. I'm mad. I knew I could find a shiny today. What? What? I feel sick. I'm gonna throw up. There's another Glalie in the same game.
Back to back? Back to back? I think you need to start a I think we need to invoke religion.
That could have been Vulpix?
Yeah, I think we need comfort. I think we're gonna DoorDash something, you guys. We're gonna DoorDash something. I thought he fell over in his chair. I was like, I'm gonna hope he didn't crack his skull open. This is so well, for me, this is just like oh hey, that's pretty cool. But I think he's like Sisyphus. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to invoke religion.
Well, now hold on, Jack Tenders. It wasn't directly back to back. We did show off the shiny, and we encountered one normal Glalie. And then the first encounter after that.
Yeah, we're ordering in tonight. I think you've been through a lot.
I need to keep going.
I will leave.
That is the new quickest phase of the entire Alola Dex, beating the former record holder, which was like Baniri at like 80 something. I'm gonna throw up. I feel genuinely sick. I feel genuinely sick. This is the best worst case scenario. This is objectively exciting, but I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. I've gone numb. I'm guessing quirky. It's relaxed. I'm not. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Okay. Well, total full odds shinies, 93. Total full odds encounters, 349,717. Total encounters, 376,913. Total shinies caught, 170. My new average, 349,717 divided by 93. My new average has gone down a total of like 40. We're down to like 3,760 because one of these phases is inexplicably 2? That is the 95th shiny that Ultra Sun has found. We go to the phase pages, and I literally just drew Glalie. Let's draw a second one. Way lower effort, because, huh? And I'm gonna write the stupidest number that I've ever written. 2. Random encounters. November 16th, 2025. I can't feel my arms. Full odds. Full odds. Full odds. Nothing like that has ever happened to me. And it had to be Glalie. Could you imagine how legendary that would have been if it was a target? You believe in Glalie number 3? If it's a third Glalie. No, we can't find another shiny tonight. I can't find another shiny forever. I can't. It's over. That's it. That's my luck. It's gone. I'm still shaking. I'm still shaking. No. We can't find another shiny because if I do, that looks like I clearly, there's no logical way that could happen. I would be... It would look like cheating if I found another shiny tonight in the last 4 minutes of stream or whatever. I'm actually scared to look. Where the fuck were you guys? Where were you two for the last 4 encounters? Where were you when I needed you? Back to back as well. You've got to be shitting me. This is evil. This is evil and upsetting. I'm upset. I'm upset, you guys. I can't believe that my objectively luckiest moment in shiny hunting was for 2 Pokemon that I couldn't care less about. I don't like them. I hate them. Well, I guess the layout is still gonna be immortalized in the end compilation after all. Because there are very few phases I will include in the final big movie, and I think that has to be one of them. Sorry, 2 of them. My heart hurts. My heart hurts. My heart genuinely hurts. Same exact encounter odds as Vulpix. Could you imagine if it was another Vulpix? Or if, like, Sandshrew appeared on the other game? Why did it have to be Glalie? Why did it have to be Glalie twice in the same game? In the same game! I'm in actual pain. I'm gonna have nightmares about this Pokemon. Hold on. Hold on. My recordings, are they in the same file? No, but hold on. I gotta get a screenshot of my reaction to that. That's crazy. I threw my glasses. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. This is not real. This is not real. This is some sort of sick, twisted nightmare. Let me get a screenshot of the first one. I need to tell my friends about this. What the hell? Screenshots. Just had the craziest shiny hunting moment, and I hate it so much. My least wanted phase at 1,676 encounters. And then, my least wanted phase. Again, same game. 2 fucking encounters later. 2 full fucking odds. Same encounter rate as Vulpix. By the way, both were, yeah, they're both female. I'm using Cute Charm on that file, so the likelihood that they're female is higher. Oh my god, you guys. This, I'm like in actual pain. This hurts. This hurts my soul. That's how my luck manifests. Two of my least wanted phase twice. Could you imagine if that luck had been a Saint Truana Vulpix? I can't believe this. I can't. I'm completely drained of energy. It's all gone. Just end stream Bohemian Rhapsody? Yeah, but could you imagine if we got a third? I mean, think about it. They were both in Ultra Sun somehow. Ultra Moon. Ultra Moon could do something really cool right now. We gotta have hope. I'm gonna start crying. Every time I see Glalie, I get scared. Every Glalie I see, I am so scared. I'm so scared. I got the Sneasel in Ultra Moon. I'm stunned. I'm in like utter disbelief. I'm so shocked. I'm, for the lack of a better term, frozen. How? 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 How is that possible? I think shiny hunting might be stupid. I think it might not make any sense, and I think all of the math that's done about it is... Wait, did Blue Vector put it in their VC text? Is he watching right now? Is this the clip? Hold on. Find a shiny today. I knew I could find a shiny today. The first thing I did was throw my hat and throw my glasses. What? What? I hate this shit. This is a nightmare. What the Eternal Radiant just found a shiny Alpha Drampa? No. In my moment of weakness. You can't do this to me, man. Not while I'm down. That's so messed up. Oh my god. Kicking me while I'm down. My head hurts. My head hurts. can't believe this. Oh. What the hell, man? Man, what the hell? I can't even. It was supposed to be Sandshrew. It was supposed to be Sandshrew. Okay, but on the bright side, if this was gonna happen, if my luck was gonna do this, I'm glad it was on stream. I don't know if I could have believed that that was real if that happened by myself while recording. You know what I mean? Oh my god. I'm gonna find a good number to end it at because anything could happen, and I'm giving Ultra Moon the chance to make this night even crazier. I can't believe this. I can't. This is so freaked up. This is so freaked up. I can't. My throat hurts. I feel like my eyes are gonna explode. My brain. I feel like I'm testing fate here because there's only one way I get a third shiny tonight. And it's if it's another Glalie. I'm tempting fate. My heart genuinely, it hurts. I'm gonna go another 20 minutes, I think. I think I can end at 100 in that time. All my commentary is gone. I'm just... Vulpix was in the same game yesterday. I don't know how this is possible. Oh my god. I'm still catching my breath. That's so stupid. The fact that it was Glalie twice. Equal chance at Vulpix. Higher chance that it was literally anything other than Glalie. Like the combined chance of it being either Vulpix, Sneasel, or Absol was higher than the chance of it being specifically another Glalie. I can't believe that it was the same thing twice. Almost back to back in the same game. That's my shortest phase ever. 2. The only way I can ever beat that record is if I genuinely do get a back-to-back shiny. Which, I think someone in the chat said the odds, it's like 1 in a million something. So that's not going to happen. This is my shortest phase. And it will be. Forever. And it has to be Glalie, a Pokemon I do not like. I do not... You'd think this would make me want to like it, but I now feel justified in hating it. I now have a reason other than I just don't like it. I now hate Glalie. I hate him. You hate women? No! I hate Glalie! This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This video is gonna be so dumb. This video is gonna be so dumb. It's on the game that's recording the game audio too, which is nice, I guess. Evil and intimidating Glalie. What a weird stream. What a really, really, really weird stream. No, it's gonna be a long video because of how many phases and like how many targets that I have. So I have like no room to summarize very much of the actual stream itself. Especially with there being 2 shinies in this stream, like a lot of that segment is going to be dedicated just to that. I'm not going to go back and summarize any of what we talked about during this. There's no time for it. I do think I need to upload this entire VOD to my second channel though for posterity. This is crazy. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. We're coming close to 100. I'll call it at 100. Because there's no way a third thing can happen tonight, and I was supposed to end 15 minutes ago. Everything hurts. My eyes hurt. Why am I so upset? There was an objectively cool thing that happened, but it could have been so much cooler. Evil Glalie Yuri. This is ridiculous. I think 86 was my previous shortest phase for Baniri. Two. 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 Every Glalie I see, I'm filled with genuine, legitimate fear. We're down to the last 10 encounters, you guys. I just looked over at my camera for the first time since this all happened, and I genuinely looked distraught. This sucks. $94. $96. Glalie, I'm gonna need you to stop showing up. I'm gonna be so real. Second to last pair of encounters before the end of the stream. Alright. This is how it ends. Moment of truth. 100. And with that, the layout is clean. Who are we raiding? They're all dead. They're all dead. Have fun over there, you guys. I will never find another shiny Pokemon ever again. Okay, bye.